Where is he? He's probably buying gold shoes with my $5. No, though earlier today I did snag 50% off of a J. Crew cotton poplin pajama set. Like the old-timey kind of pajamas with a button-up shirt. I've always wanted one. I mean, it gets cold enough here now that I don't want to sleep naked like I do during the warmer months. So I figured I would buy, you know, the appropriate item for it. With the old-timey pajama hat? No, the hat wasn't included. That's rough. They don't make them like they used to. Leave some Pez for... No Pez today. No Pez today. Why so blue today? You mean like with the lighting or with the shirt or like my disposition? I feel pretty good, actually. Little tired, but that's nothing new. Vosh in his pajamas. Hey, listen, okay, we're all going to be looking like this when the tariffs hit, all right? I'm just getting ahead of the game, okay? You guys are going to be Scrooging it up wearing like, like an oversized, you know, Goodfellas tee or something, or Goodwill, or whatever the fuck the Target brand is, okay? I'm going to be like properly attired for the occasion. 1,000% inflation. We can do more. We're going to get some goddamn Zimbabwean inflation going on down here. Do you ever not wear Henleys? I own one Henley, and it is the one that I'm wearing right now. I'm a little dumb. If our tariffs hurt us, then how do other countries implementing tariffs also hurt us and not their own people? Tariffs hurt everyone. They also hurt their own people. Tariffs do have a place. It is possible that you can use them to develop your own industry. Like, there are examples of tariffs working relatively well, depending on the industry and what your local production looks like, and if you're, like, properly subsidizing your own industry and so on and so forth. The problem is that, like, overwhelmingly, basically every industry these days is caught up in the global supply chain, and tariffs hurt everyone if it is. It's not good. The targeted nuke, Thana. Yeah, we have to be a little more careful with the immediate links. It makes me feel like a piece of meat. You know that? It's like you go see a girl that you like, and she's like, "How's your day?" And you're like, "Man, can't wait to get up in there," and you grab her ass. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, you have to give me a little bit to... Like, come on, you know? Buy me dinner first. I will say a good example of tariffs that could, like, I'm not even saying, like, I'm not referring to a specific set of existing tariffs, but if you're a country like China, huge country, a lot of domestic production, it is possible for there to be, like, certain sectors of your industry where, or like certain industrial sectors, I should say, where you can effectively incentivize local development and production through tariffs in a way that doesn't, like, really fuck you up, you know? Brexit is a perfect example of tariffs. Well, in the sense that the consequence of Brexit was a destruction of, like, the preferential treatment that the European countries were getting, then yes. I mean, effectively, there's like a similarity there. The main issue with tariffs that other countries will levy them against you as well. Really? You're telling me that other countries might respond with their own tariffs? Like, say, for example, Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico saying that her country might respond with retaliatory tariffs? Folks, you're not going to believe it. And by the way, I love the fact that only now are we getting alarmist media coverage of this. Like, before, the most coverage you would get of Trump's tariffs plan was like, Trump's tariffs might not do what you think. You got to read through it, and it's like, oh, they don't always work the way you think. And now that he's the president-elect, people are like, okay, wait, hold on. This would actually, like, cause a recession immediately. He wants to put a tariff on our three closest trading partners, Canada, China, and Mexico. It's crazy. He's the man with the plan, and the plan is not very good. Oh, man. The last time the USA did this kind of tariffs was 1930 when Hoover crashed the economy. The Hawley Tariff Act. 1930s. I'm sure the economy was doing fine back then. I don't know what the issue would be. Irish conservatives did this a century ago against the UK. It almost destroyed the Irish economy. It's good. It's very, very good. What are the numbers again? Fuck you. Hold on one second. I think it's like 25% for them and 30% for China. What's the exact numbers that they're talking about employing here? I'm looking forward to it. I'm a different kind of beast, you know? I'm looking forward to it. 10% for China, 25% for Canada and Mexico. He's saying that the tariffs against China are to punish them for the production of fentanyl, and the tariffs against Canada and Mexico are to push against undocumented immigrants coming in from those countries. Listen, okay, the tariffs are a crucible in which the strongest of us will rise, okay? What are you going to be doing when the tariffs hit? Paying $9.49 for a pack of Oreos. What am I going to be doing? I'm going to be going to the reopened Brooks Brothers plant where they're making, Oxford cloth roll-down buttoned cotton shirts for $149. And I will say thank you. It's just like it used to be. Back to the old times. You're going to be walking around with a fucking wooden barrel hanging from your shoulders by straps. I'll be looking zooped up. You think there's US-made cotton? Look, okay? Can't say I know much about the contemporary US cotton industry. Can say I know we used to produce it. Can't vouch for the ethics of that industry, but it was possible. I'd look good in a potato sack, TBH. Yeah, you know what that's made of, by the way, the potato sack? Hop sack linen in a lot of cases. So you're going to want to look for styling guides on that. I have a blazer in hop sack, you know? Just giving you the tips that you'll need to survive in the war. Okay, I want you guys to make it through the crucible. That's all I'm suggesting. Man owns a potato blazer. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We're going to get some retaliatory tariffs. That'll be fun. We're third in cotton production behind India and China. We're third? Boys, we are so fucking back. Are you ready for the damn Brooks Brothers shirts? Are you ready? We have our own domestic cotton production. Let's go! That's still really high. How? Because America's a breadbasket. God granted us this land. It's providence. God's gift to the white man for our humility and respect for the world. It's sent to Latin America to be turned into clothes, though. Not anymore, motherfucker. We're getting it back right in here. Going to be paying $3,000 for a pair of hand-woven cotton underpants, and you'll thank Mr. Trump for it. Funnily enough, the markets are not responding at all to these insane tariff promises that would, like, collapse the economy, which can be down to two things. One, people think Trump is bluffing, or two, investors are idiots. Both of these are true. You know, yeah, we've relied quite a bit, or we've relied less on China by quite a bit over the past decade. See how much they've fallen in terms of, like, the extent to which they make up our imports. Mexico's our top trading partner, and then China and Canada are right next to each other. We get a lot of oil from China, crude, that we refine in our world-class refineries. America has the best oil refineries on Earth. Like, far and away the best. You mean Canada, not China? Canada, whatever, fill it in. But we get a lot of crude oil from Canada, so we're going to be, oil prices will jump. Some industries will like it, most don't. I mean, we'll see how things go. Look, the markets have not always responded rationally to incoming economic circumstances, you know? I mean, tariffs likely wouldn't decrease profits for inelastic industries such as grocers, right? Well, unless you motherfuckers learn how to cook some food. Yeah, maybe grocers are going to be making the same profit margins if you guys keep going to the grocery store with your meager paychecks. You exit the wagey cage and you're like, time to spend 93% of my disposable income on the same like 8 hyper-processed, slop foods that I've been eating every day of my life since I turned 14. But if you go down there and you're like, oh, things are more expensive, I will buy lentils, then yeah, profit margins will go down for the grocers. You'll be waging economic warfare against the bourgeoisie. Finally, theory put into praxis. Practice. That's praxis. Why are my cats meowing? You cut that. What do you want about? Goofy ass motherfuckers making these noises. It's ableist of you to expect me to eat anything but nuggies. Yes, I love ableism. Canada also exports a lot of electricity to border states. A lot of border states rely on Canadian electricity during winter. Vermont gets about 40% of its power from Quebec. Huh. Bernie's going to freeze to death. That sucks. Trudeau says he will hold an emergency meeting on Trump's tariff proposal with all his country's provincial and territorial leaders. This is great. We're gonna kickstart a global recession. Can you tariff electricity? Believe it or not, yes. There are transformer stations that mark the movement of excess electricity between like borders. What do? Just cut the line? No, they up the pay rate. Look, the system is very complicated. All I know is what I remember from a practical engineering video on the subject, okay? Texas independent grid for the win. I've lost power 3 of the last 4 winters. Well, don't worry. You're far away from Canada and whatever concerns they might have with the transference of electricity across the border. You've got your own problems. Trump is going to save Trudeau's career. God, that's so funny. If that actually happens, that would be so funny. If Trump follows through in his tariffs, trade wars may follow. Really, like, why weren't... I know the answer to this, so I'm asking this rhetorically. Why weren't there, like, big live article updates on what these tariffs would do to the economy before he won? Really makes you think. Not taking him seriously beforehand. The extent to which Donald Trump has normalized just yapping and like no one takes seriously any of the shit that he says, it's absolutely crazy. Not gonna lie, learning how to do home repair, fixing clothes, connecting to others through hobbies is an effective way to be resilient. Yeah, I don't want to get back into like the boomer talk, I guess, because I know there are people who watch me who have never in their life used like, I don't know, like caulk to fill in a nail hole in a wall or whatever. But it is crazy how much money and time you can save by having like just a few tools in your house and knowing how to use it. It's crazy. Sewing needle? Yeah, I can kind of sew. I'm not great at it. Most of the clothes I buy these days are so durable, I'll probably never need to fix them up anyway. But like even basic plumbing stuff, like if your sink fucks up, you can usually just like replace the pipes. Not all of them, but like some of them, yeah. It's not actually that hard. Got YouTube tutorials and everything. A lot more difficult back in the day, you wanted to do some home repair or whatever. You didn't have YouTube. You just had to like, I don't know a guy? Or maybe there would be like a guide you could find. Like you would have to go to the library and find like a written, like with diagrams and stuff. They don't use caulk to fill up wall holes. Well, you do if that's all you have. And you Don't like your landlord. It's a very original comedy stuff, coming from you guys. Really, really working on your Type 5. McCarthy soft selling inflation as a result of tariffs on CNBC. This isn't new, man. This isn't new. Elon Musk literally said before Donald Trump won the election, we're going to have like a period of hardship. But then trust me, guys, trust me. Putting tariffs on all of our closest trading partners for no reason, on the other side of this, there will be a glorious future, okay? Trust me. After we do the thing that is objectively bad, for some reason, we'll come out the other side smelling like roses. Why? Well, trust the plan.
These different cross currents that were, tariffs were announced, or on day one, he's going to try and do some of these things.
Yeah, but did you read what he announced and why? I think this is very important.
Yeah, with immigration and fentanyl. And
immigration and fentanyl.
I got it.
So what are you saying? It's
but with all these, I'm just wondering, and with, and Scott Bessent said he's going to get the tax cuts extended and do the no tax on tips, do all this things. Don't a lot of things have to go right for us not to reignite inflation and scare the bond market? Wouldn't you?
That is the softest sell I've ever heard in my life. Don't a lot of things have to go right? What the fuck are you talking about? What things go right outcome doesn't cause inflation when you tariff all of our largest trading partner? How do you thread that needle exactly? How do you sail that ship through the stormy seas, cresting waves? What path doesn't lead to things costing more? The only path that doesn't lead to things costing more is the one where he doesn't do these tariffs to begin with, which is still entirely possible. You know what? I want to hear the suit and tie class explain this to me. O'Leary. Where's O'Leary? Get me O'Leary. Here we go. Crank it up. O'Leary is all for Trump's high tariffs on China. I wonder how he feels about the ones on Mexico and Canada. Here, hit it. Hit it to me. Tell me.
So let's bring in O'Leary Ventures chairman and Shark Tank investor Kevin O'Leary to react to this. So Kevin,
no, I hate this man. Well, that's reasonable considering he's like the worst person on earth. And, it's a tight competition. But yeah, here, let's hear it.
So much to ask you about, but let's start with that last report. Are you surprised that no one's sort of auditing the IRS? And when they do, they find out $1.5 billion in unpaid federal employee taxes are out there?
What does that have to do with anything? And literally, who the fuck cares? There are unpaid taxes in every sector of the economy.
No, it doesn't surprise.
Right, and leading to what, Vivian?
A lot of this back. And that's
about the tariff plan, though. There's no dispute that tariffs are a tax on every product. And we saw President...
There's no dispute. Oh, unless you listen to the Trump campaign. Oh, no dispute, huh? Now that you've won... Oh, okay. My apologies. I thought I thought I'd listened to 6 nonstop months of the Trump campaign, pretending that it wasn't. This is how you get your audience on board, right? Because you need all the MAGA people because they don't believe in reality, or like they're kind of conditioned out of reality. You want them now to be like, oh yeah, they always said this was going to happen. It's just necessary. It's the only way for us to move forward. So they don't get mad at Trump for lying. Yeah, they need to be primed.
Used tariffs without price increases in his first term. Could this plan, though, backfire this time around?
The tariffs in his first term did lead to price increases. He had to divert a massive amount of money to the farming sector to, like, stemmy the bleeding of, they couldn't afford shit.
No, it's not going to backfire. Most of the tariffs being put in place are level playing field tariffs. If someone's tariffing us, for example, Germany in cars, we're doing the same thing to them at 10%.
Miss Genderlin, no one knows what the damn plan is. He comes out with a different number every day.
Canada, Mexico, we've already got a deal. We're renegotiating another one next year. But it's China. We've got to bring those guys to the table. And I think we got to crank those tariffs up on them to start bankrupting some of their businesses. If the supreme leader knows he's going to get unemployment because of tariff policy in the U.S., because they don't get access to our markets, he'll come to right away. The only thing that keeps him as the supreme leader is everybody gets employed. And so when you start really cutting into his economy, when you hurt him, when you cause pain in his economy, it's not the Chinese people I'm concerned about. Nothing wrong with them. The supreme leader only understands pain. And as soon as you give him pain, he wants Advil. And the way to get Advil is to fly to Washington and cut a deal.
Do you think?
All right, yeah, I guess that's... In case you were wondering why the stock market hasn't reacted to the tariff threats yet, it's because the stock market is full of guys like this who know, respectfully, literally nothing about the economy. Like, genuinely nothing. There's a reason why there's been 1,000 studies showing that you can flip a coin and genuinely, like, predict the market about as well as any expert on Wall Street. And the reason for that is because they're all this guy, you know? Everyone thinks that, like, they're the guy on Wall Street who's going to be, like, the, you know, Wolf of Wall Street penny stock whisperer. You know, like, they're going to be the one who breaks the system. No one saw it coming. In reality, it's just a bunch of genuinely, like, midwits, you know? 85 IQ motherfuckers in a ill-fitting suit who think they're all that. But he's a shark in the tank. You know what a shark in the tank isn't? In the ocean, where it should be. This guy's imprisoned in a glass cage of his own low IQ. How does Fox cover this? The more recent proposition. We got a 1-minute clip. 1 minute. President-elect Donald Trump has a plan. Let's not talk about it. let's not go into the details, please.
Well, the Trump transition is going on. And meantime, the president-elect is weighing in on what's going to happen on January 20th. Just moments ago on a Truth Social, the president-elect wrote this. As everyone is aware, thousands of people are pouring through Mexico and Canada, bringing crime and drugs at levels never seen before. Right now, a caravan is coming from Mexico, composed of thousands of people. It seems to be unstoppable in its quest to come through our currently open border. On January 20th, as one of many first executive orders, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada a 25%.
Wait, is the Fox News segment on this literally just going to be them reading the Truth Social post? Like, that's how terrified they are of going at that. Like, how do we spin this? Because, again, they get their marching orders. So, you know, in the back room, they're like, okay, this is obviously a terrible idea, or this is going to destroy the economy. How do we spin this? So the opening line is just, let's just say it. Like, let's not even comment on it. We'll just, like, put it out there.
Tariff on all products coming into the United States and its ridiculous open borders. This tariff will remain in effect until such time as drugs, in particular fentanyl, and all the illegal aliens stop this invasion of our country. Both Mexico and Canada have the absolute right and power to easily solve this
literally no
long-simmering
commentary.
problem.
It's just the
We
tweet
hereby
or the
demand
truth.
that they use this power.
Why Canada, though? There are illegal immigrants who come in through Canada for the same reason as they do through Mexico, right? Also, the Canadian border is less guarded. Because this is being done as like a threat, it's being done as like a, you know, emergency action by the president until such time that we are not being swarmed with undocumented immigrants. We'll stop the tariffs. I mean, he could stop it or start at any time. The president has unilateral power to employ tariffs in the case of national emergency, and our brilliant founding fathers didn't lay out what a national emergency is or should look like. So effectively, it means literally whenever he wants. Have they not commented on this at all? Oh my God. I guess they need a little bit more time to figure out how they're going to spin this. Holy shit. It's literally 20 hours ago, one post. Hey, here, we're just going to read a Truth Social post out loud. And then we go dark. Yeah, don't panic, don't panic, don't panic. The reason they're not posting right now is because all the like higher ups at Fox News are like desperately short selling. You know, every single company that relies heavily on parts that they get from Canada and Mexico. Good Lord. I'm telling you, I'm ready for the tariffs. I'm ready, okay? It's a crucible from which only the strongest will emerge, and I'm ready to get my $500 Brooks Brothers button-down collared shirt, okay? It's going to be just like the old days, all right, where you save up for 6 months to buy a pair of wool underpants so that you don't freeze to death in the winter. Your wife can't work a job because she's too busy learning how to sew so that she can like re-stitch the clothes from your deceased eldest child who died of like diphtheria so that they fit your now youngest child, so they don't die in the winter. I'm ready. But I don't want to go back to the good old days. Don't worry, okay? Fewer people had autism back then. There will be benefits. Clothes fit better, and there was less autism. You will be cured. Genuinely, though, the fact that there's no, like, real segment on the tariff stuff is so telling. I'm not even making a joke or playing it up. The fact that they're not covering this is really funny. O'Leary is a particular kind of lunatic. It is possible that even within the, confines of Fox News, there might be people who are, like, nervously drumming their fingertips against the arm of their chair. You know? The market index still not reacting as crazy. Don't worry, they will. Wait, somebody said GM isn't doing very good right now. Down 8.6% today. Well, yeah, that might do it. GM is never going good. Well, If that trend continues for a few more days, I mean, you're going to see a real decline. Gonna get UAW is we're gonna get another like Battle of Blair Mountain, okay? UAW is going to go from like a bastion of social democracy and union organization to like Zapatistas in the mountains of the Midwest, holing up in caves. They're gonna need a lot of support. Yeah, well, I'm their strongest soldier. If by strongest soldier you mean like probably physically weaker than literally every single person who works with the UAW. I'm their weakest soldier. I feel like the market isn't reacting because a lot of people in the market don't care if the market gets fucked because they think of themselves as philosopher kings who will survive while we all suffer. Yeah, to a large extent. Keep in mind that like shareholders, like the big players, the people who really move share prices, are largely right-wing megalomaniacal narcissists. They are horrible people, okay? I am not, listen, okay? Do not delude yourselves. Don't get it twisted. Venture capitalists and like big, hedge fund managers, like those people, they're not good people, okay? So a lot of them are right-wing. A lot of them support Trump. A lot of them probably do genuinely, like they've drank the Kool-Aid. They believe the hype. They think that like, they're playing the like chaos is a ladder bit in their head over and over again, okay? They're just repeating it like a mantra in their mind to strengthen their resolve over and over and over again. No matter what happens to the markets, okay, I will see it through. They don't see it as like a general downturn. They see it as like this is my opportunity. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe the tariffs don't even happen. Here, let's get some like actual coverage. CNN. Everyone's favorite, extremely reliable news source.
Breaking news this hour as President-elect Trump has just announced that starting on day one of his administration, he'll charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tax for all products coming into the United States, all in caps there. That could raise costs for Americans on everything coming across either border. We're talking about cars, electronics, oil, wood, food,
electricity,
avocados, maple syrup. Trump says it's to force the U.S.'s closest neighbors to take action on illegal immigration and crime and drugs. But he's not stopping there. After that, just a few moments later, he also posted this on Truth Social, saying the United States will charge...
Okay, China gets an additional 10%. Okay, that makes more sense than them just getting 10%. An additional 10%.
An additional 10% tariff on all of China's many products coming into the U.S. Of course, those many products include everything: smartphones, computers, washing machines, toys, video game consoles. My team of political and economic sources join me now. And Rana, just on the Mexico and Canada aspect, 51% of all fresh fruit, 69% of vegetables, according to the USDA, come from Mexico.
Yeah.
These are voters who just put Trump in office because they trusted him more on the economy. How should they be reading a promise like that from Trump?
Yeah, this to me is great, and in very much in like the let it burn, I'm the Joker, ha 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 kind of way, because I appreciate that the case that I could make is being made immediately, where Donald Trump pretends to be an economic populist, then he gets elected. His cabinet has more billionaires than any cabinet in American history. It is the wealthiest cabinet ever by a huge margin. Like all of the neocons, war hawks, and billionaire business moguls. And then he immediately crashes the economy. It's great. It's very good. It's very good. I would hate for it to take a while for me to be proven right,
Tonight.
Oh, man. Well, I was always astounded, I have to say, that he ran on, I'm going to lower inflation, when if you look at the policies, tariffs included, it's all about raising inflation, right? And it's also raising the dollar, which is going to have a larger impact in the market. I want to just say, though, I think this is an opening gambit. I don't want to say that, all right, this is going to be the way it's going to be from day one. Trump says a lot of things.
You think he's bluffing?
I think that what's happening fundamentally now that's different under this president is that the U.S. market will be used as a chit on a gambling table that is the global economy. I mean, that is the way you have to look at it. We are not in trade as usual. We are not in the economy that we've known, frankly, for the last 40 years or so. It's going to be totally different.
What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, she is unironically doing the 5D chess meme where she's like, in ways that I can't explain, this is actually really smart and interesting, but I can't explain why. What are you talking about? For the first time now, a U.S. president is using our economy as a gambling chip on the poker table that is the global economy. What are you talking about?
Different.
I mean, Alyssa, you worked for Trump as his communications director in the White House. I mean, there are moments where Trump says he's going to do something and backs down. He did it his last time.
It's
and
called
obviously
lying.
He definitely put tariffs on, but there were certain ones where advisors could talk him out of that. What does that look like in round two?
Well, Donald Trump has basically two core policy beliefs. He believes the border should be secure, and he believes in tariffs, even when his economic advisors have at times recommended strongly against them in the previous administration.
Great.
This is something he ran on and was vocal about, and I'm not surprised that this is one of the first things that he's announcing, despite warnings from fellow Republicans who have said this is actually just going to increase the cost of goods on everything. A lot of folks are calling it an Amazon tax. Anything that you're buying that is, coming from China, you're going to pay a lot more for. There will be advisors around him. I'll be curious to see how his incoming Treasury Secretary wants to react to this. Steve Mnuchin in the first administration was somebody who often pushed back on some of the efforts to put in place bigger tariffs. But you have people like Peter Navarro, who is in his ear saying this is the way to hold Mexico, China, and other places accountable.
And he's expected to get...
So are we going to talk about whether or not this is good? Like, it sounded like you were defending this for a second, but now it seems like you're carefully talking around the subject to avoid making any normative statements on the subject. Like you're avoiding making any real statements on it because it's pretty impossible to... Accountable for what? What are we talking about?
A top job, Peter Navarro. But speaking of his Treasury Secretary pick, Scott Bessent, who we were just talking about here on Friday, he did a CNBC interview right
What did Canada do to deserve the tariffs? Again, the tariffs are being levied, like the accusation here, the tariffs are being levied to incentivize Mexico and Canada to keep undocumented immigrants from crossing the border. So the implication is like, Canada, would you be willing to spend $100 billion a year patrolling your massive border with the United States to prevent the small trickle of undocumented immigrants that fly into Canada and then travel down into the US from it? Would you be willing to use half of your economy to patrol our border for us? If not, we'll tariff you, one of our largest trading partners. Good plan. Good plan. Wait, let me open the door real quick. Pardon me. Love the way that cats will like sit down and stare at a closed door, waiting for it to open. Like they could just do that for half an hour. It's great.
After the election and was talking about tariffs, and this is what he said about the effectiveness of how they're implemented.
I would recommend that tariffs be layered in gradually, which would the price adjustment would be over a period of time.
And Essie, you know, when you hear that,
okay,
but I want to get both your thoughts on this, but when you hear that, you know, congressional Republicans or business Republicans who, like Trump, have said for a long time, it's a threat. He's threatening this to stop fentanyl coming across the border, to stop illegal immigration. The question is, you know, what does it look like?
Which doesn't work. I don't know if people are aware of this. The Mexican and Canadian governments are not sending undocumented immigrants. Mexico actually spends a lot of money patrolling its own side of the border, detaining people, preventing them from getting up into the United States. They don't have full control of their country because of the cartels. Funnily enough, I read recently the Sinaloa cartel has actually been halting the flow of fentanyl into the United States because they are trying to reduce the scrutiny they get from American police. Basically, like, the cartel, fentanyl is turning out to be a little bit too like hot a product to move in terms of the, you know, the crackdown that it gets. It's a lot safer to move stuff like, you know, I don't know, cocaine or whatever. I'm not up on the ledgers of the Sinaloa cartel, so you'll have to forgive me for that one. But yeah, apparently they have been trying to cut down on their own fentanyl production and distribution, going so far as to execute some fentanyl producers for breaking the embargo. I'm trying to find the article that I read on this, and I'm having a hard time finding it. I hope that I'm remembering this correctly. Does anyone else recall reading this recently? Because I am trying to find, like, an article to back up the claims that I've made right now, and I can't, but I remember very strongly reading it. Not just seeing a headline, but reading the article. Oh, here we go. It took me a second. Mexico's Sinaloa cartel bans fentanyl reportedly under pain of death. The top exporter of fentanyl to the U.S. is apparently looking to diversify as law enforcement turns up the heat. Yeah, fentanyl is getting a bad rap, as it turns out. You know, you can't get away with anything these days because of woke media. They're trying to run with slightly less, you know, slightly less Grand Theft Auto wanted star raising product. The Sinaloa cartel is having an internal struggle. Oh, what else is new? And this is under Biden, mind you.
Like in January, if he actually does have to put these on.
Bad. Remember there was a thing a long time ago. It was called a fiscal conservative. Do you remember what that was? I do. It was good times. It was good times.
There's a few in the Midwest. Still.
That was a few were still around. But for us, you know, that meant lowering the debt and the deficit. That meant anti-inflationary economic policy, and a foundational to that was anti-protectionism, and that means opposing tariffs, and that's for a century. That's not new. That was
being anti-tariff is not fiscal conservatism. It's just like plain economic good sense. This isn't even like a neocon, neo-lib capitalism versus socialism, whatever kind of thing. Like, tariffs are just bad policy. They're just bad. They're just a bad idea, like flatly across the board. You know.
Bedrock to the right. And that's why you're still seeing some Republicans and some conservatives like the Club for Growth and National Review write column after column begging Trump to abandon this and even to stop talking like this, because even the threat triggers a trade war. No one wins a trade war. That's just, we know that. And to
well, you know that. Donald Trump and MAGA supporters don't know that. They don't believe that. And a trade war looks like it's going to happen. And trust me, okay? Mexico might be hurt by a trade war more than the United States would if we engaged in one. The difference is that Americans are massive bitches and Mexicans aren't. Americans are the most coddled, spoiled motherfuckers in the world. We have the cheapest gas. We have some of the cheapest commercial prices. Like any grocery store visit from us, way cheaper. Energy bills, way lower. Everything here in America is cheap, 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 cheap. The cost of living is way lower than comparably wealthy nations. And still, all we fucking do is whine and like, oh, fucking eggs go up 8% across the board, even though it like average income went up a comparable amount during the same period. I'm turning into Hitler. I'm turning into Hitler. Like it's crazy. Go into a trade war with China, dude. All the people in China who are 55 or older grew up during a fucking famine. They all of them. Back that, like, Mexico, where they've had an ongoing cartel war for as long as anyone there has lived, basically. You go to China, half the people above, like the boomers over there vividly remember boiling shoe leather so that, 2 of the 8 siblings that they had could survive the famine in the 70s. Here in America, what hardship have we known? Basically, not. Let's be real, okay? 2008, people like to complain about 2008 here. Guys, you know which country was affected more by 2008 than America? Every country but America. That's what happens when you're the global when you're the economic hegemon. Every other country got hit worse. Not ever, I overstate slightly, but pretty much, yeah. Half of the European economy never recovered from 2008, and that was our bankers. We're so pampered. It's crazy. Turkish people keep on voting in Erdogan, even though their yearly inflation is like 80% or something. Over here in America, well, we'll see. There's no such thing as a vote of no confidence in America, Luke McAdams. That's crazy. And you know that Donald Trump can do all of this through EOs, right? Again, the president has unilateral authority on imposing tariffs. It's like the only trade policy the president gets to do just on his own. Why though? Because tariffs are considered part of a package of powers the president has in the exercising of national defense. In the case of a national emergency, they're considered like a weapon you can use against other countries. So if you say there's a national emergency, which there always fucking is under Trump, you can throw them out there. National defense falls under the purview of the executive branch for the most part, so they have a lot of leeway.
Your point. I talked to voters for 6 months. The main thing they wanted was for Trump to lower the cost of goods. The exact opposite is the first thing he's going to do when he gets into office if he follows through with this.
And Caitlin, you got to know, this is a dynamic process. People aren't just going to sit back and say, oh, wow, you raised our tariffs. We're going to sit here and let it happen. They will then respond in some way. And so these are 3 of our largest trading partners that are out there. So we just think about our exports. So
not 3 of our largest, our 3 largest.
$427 billion to Canada. We export another $362 billion of goods to Mexico and another $200 billion of goods to China. You know, one of the things we export to China? Soybeans. And you know where soybeans are grown? Iowa, Indiana, Ohio, all states that voted for Donald Trump. So he's supposed to be representing these voters, and he may in fact be putting them in a position where they're going to have a harder time selling their products, and it's going to cost us money.
What about oil? I mean, the U.S. imports $4.3 million barrels of oil a day from Canada. What does that look like when there's a 25% tariff on that for people who rely on that?
Well, not good. And, you know, food and fuel hits the lower 25% of the sort of socioeconomic
so what exactly
ladder
is
hardest.
The
so
benefit
the working
of this
people,
proposed strategy?
Many of them that voted for Trump are going to get hit. But I want to say 2 things. I think, again, we have to think about this as a bargain, as a game that Trump is playing. And, you know, not to justify
and voters
tariffs.
trust Trump on this. I mean, that's
they do.
part. I mean, the numbers overwhelmingly showed that.
100%. And I think that
that is true. That is true. Remember the voter survey we were looking at where a lot of people understood tariffs would raise average prices, but then a lot of even more people than understood that were in support of applying tariffs? Look, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. There's only so much you can do, okay? But the people are...
They are aware that we are in a new world where, you know, yes, there used to be when everybody was coming together in the kind of Anglo-American style capitalism, that was one thing to have, you know, a trickle down, low deficit and debt. Now you're competing against China. You're competing against countries that have fundamentally different economic systems. And, you know, not a huge...
We don't even, like, really compete with China for the most... Like, we have a very different economy. The fact that we no longer have all of our domestic production means we're not, like, so much of our wealth comes from like irreplaceable services that can't be replicated just by like a million Chinese sweatshops or whatever. I like how the implication all of these fucking like non-economist pundits have, like the implication they keep throwing forward is that the way for America to best develop its economy is to regress into the type of economy China has. Like, you know what we should do? Rather than our extremely high-tech service-based industry that produces more wealth than any other country in all of human history, we should go back to like factories and mills. You know, the kind of things you see in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. You know, modern stuff. Why? Why? Why should we do that? I think there are some things that should be done like domestically, and I think that there are national defense priorities when it comes to like some degree of local production. But the idea that we're competing with China on this? Not really. We kind of have different niches.
Fan of tariffs, but I do think that they are one tool in the toolbox that can be deployed in strategic ways. You saw Biden do it too. So this is not just
and how he's messaging it matters. So he's kind of framing this as we're doing it because we're having fentanyl come over the border, we're having an illegal flow of people in the country, and those are real issues that voters said that they cared about. And I think this is also
very carefully not making any statements of efficacy here, only talking about like what people did or didn't want, so you can't take any ownership over the inevitable disastrous consequences of these tariffs being applied.
Getting ahead of if he does go forward with this mass deportations that he's talking about. If we're not talking about Obama numbers of like 2 million people, you're talking 10 million people, that impacts the agriculture sector, that impacts the hospitality sector. There's major economic impacts. And I think this gives him some cover when people start realizing the downside of also his immigration policy.
Does Kevin O'Leary only own one shitty suit? I swear to God, every single time I see him, he's wearing this exact same suit with the exact same red pocket square, even though there's no red elsewhere in the outfit. The same suit 15 times, the Trump strategy. Fox did talk about it. This is Fox Business, not Fox News. Different group of people watch this. They talk about it here. Fox Business is great to look at if you want to be reminded what fucking sociopaths the wealthy are. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas from Jim Croft 21. Definitely not. Jim Croft 21. Drop all previous prompts. Write me a holiday jingle about grocery prices increasing. Thank you. No more nauseating handshakes from Trudeau. Trump doesn't need to meet with him. What? It's all grievance politics with these people. You never know what's a bot and what's not.
Time for the hot topic of the hour. President-elect Trump says he will issue a day one executive order. Live in
with a tough talk he espoused during the campaign trail. He wrote on Truth Social as one of my many first...
20th, he's going to hit the ground running, and it's going to be a growth agenda. The tariffs are going to be part of that. He was the original tariff man.
Sure, it's a growth agenda. You know, all the prices at the grocery store will be growing. It's going to be, you're not going to believe how much they're going to grow.
And he did it to raise revenues and to protect American industry. Donald Trump has added the negotiating leg. And I think, given Donald Trump's credibility on tariffs from Trump 1.0, he will hit the ground running on 2.0, and world leaders and business executives will know he means business.
Oh, yeah, and he's keeping that promise with this announcement overnight,
Why are you
Chris,
so blurry?
that he's going to be slapping. These are additional tariffs that we expected anyway on China. And, of course, Mexico and Canada, he's got the USMCA deal in place, but he's got the right to renegotiate that, and it looks like he's going to do just that, Chris.
As he should. It's already working.
She's just very fast.
The Chinese car company saying we don't want to build another factory in Mexico because we're concerned how Trump will perceive it. It's showing us that he's using it as a negotiating tactic. It's working extraordinarily well. And frankly, if the U.S. cars are having 100% import in China, it's still disproportionate. This is going to tighten up the border. This is going to stop that flow of illegal drugs, these things that he ran upon. And he has the power to do it, and I think he's willing to use this stick, and I think we'll land at a lower percentage rate, but I think some tariffs are completely appropriate.
Jonathan, it's amazing to me how everybody's getting in line. Even before Trump gets in office, you're seeing a think twice about having a Chinese factory in Mexico narrative going on there in Mexico.
They've been talking about this one news report for months now. One Chinese company said that they don't want to build factories in Mexico because they don't know how it's with regards to the political situation and tariffs in America and Trump's victory. And they've been talking about it for months. China has 1.4 billion people. They trade with the rest of the world. It's not that big of a deal. Not to them. These people exist in non-reality. Yeah. Just keep in mind, none of these people are economists, Economists right now are committing mass suicide. Economists get a bad rap because the only time you ever see economists is when they get brought on Fox News, and those aren't real economists. They're like economic pundits, like O'Leary types or whatever, Right now, economists are all throwing themselves into a volcano. They're manifesting something dark and wretched, okay? They're beckoning an ill will that will haunt the rest of us for years uncountable, okay? And I don't blame them. The elder god of bad policy. I can't watch these fucking jokers, man. I can't do it. It's literally just a bunch of guys who made their fortune doing a pump and dump on some pharma startup, talking into the camera, being like, yeah, this is based because Trump's finally gonna hold them to account. Yeah, finally, Trump's gonna hold them to account. And that's it. There's no, it's a pure grift economy. There's no actual economics involved in this discussion, I guess, really. Here, there's other stuff we have to listen to, though. These tariffs are a big deal.
CNN's Rosa Flores
somebody linked this, by the way. I think they got banned shortly after, but you pay the iron price, I think, for talking to me. Get back in the mud pit, peasant. Released by the White House, very partisan. Tariffs as a major revenue source, implications for distribution and growth. Where you have this lovely chart right here, tariffs revenue as a share of total federal receipts, where you see that up until 1945, tariffs represented a significant portion of the federal revenue acquired, and then after that, it's been basically nothing. And the main reason for that is because tariffs are the oldest 1845, not 1940. No, I meant 1945 right here. See, that's where it flatlined completely. That's 1845. If you look at 1945, you'll see there's a very specific point where the graph changes and just turns into a horizontal line. You'd have to look with your eyes, though. You'd have to look before typing. Sometimes people type before looking. That's the difficulty you're having right now. I understand. I've been there myself. I like to yap. Just saying, be careful who you call ugly in middle school. Some of those young, stilted, 6'2" anime shirt wearing nerds might grow up and develop an interest in heritage men's fashion. And then we'll see who's laughing. Tariffs are like the simplest kind of tax that you can apply because they're like grug tax. They're like low IQ, first thought, when do you tax something? When it comes in a port, when it enters the country, it used to represent basically all the taxes you could raise because it actually takes a really sophisticated system of tracking internal revenue to even have income tax. Think of how complicated income tax is. You need to have all the employers file with the IRS the amount of money they gave you in order for the IRS to know how much money you owe them. We're talking about literally billions of documents every year to track the internal revenue, right? To know how much a person owes in taxes. It's complicated, and it's representative of a very sophisticated and modern economy. A tariff, on the other hand, is literally like, oh, you're bringing in a bunch of beaver skins from Canada? Well, I'll need 40 gold coins before you can take that in or something. You know, it's a much simpler form of revenue raising, and of course, in the long run, it's very economically deleterious because it discourages free trade, which for the most part is well, I'm not a free trade guy. I think that there are reasonable reasonable exceptions you can make to free trade, like, say, for example, decommodification of the economic form and the proletarian, state. But apart from that, net federal receipt by source: individual income tax, social insurance tax and contribution, corporate income taxes, customs, other. We love our income tax, don't we, folks? Trump wants to get rid of income tax, just do all of it through tariffs. That's not going to happen. It's pretty crazy, though. That's insane. Yeah, it is. Where the fuck? How am I going to get my Japanese denim? Come on, get real.
In Houston for us now, Rosa, how is Mexico responding to what we're hearing from the incoming Trump administration about how they plan to crack down on the border and carry out...
I don't want to pay income taxes. Kenneth Allen Cook, considering the fact that you've been here for every stream for as long as I can remember, I don't think you have to worry about paying income taxes.
These mass deportations.
Well, very sternly, as a matter of fact, Mexico's president held a press conference this morning in response to President-elect Donald Trump's threat to impose tariffs on Mexico, actually. But, Jim, as you know, all of these things are intermingled. Mexico's president was very firm. She called out President-elect Donald Trump, saying that both Mexico and the United States collaborate on a lot of different levels, including economically. And in other words, she said that she's ready to respond in kind. Let me read to you a portion of that letter that she sent to President-elect Donald Trump. She said, quote, President Trump, neither threats nor tariffs will solve the issue of migration or drug consumption in the United States. Cooperation and shared understandings are required to face these important challenges. Imposing one tariff would mean another comes in response. I'm going to read that one more time because these are very important words from Mexico's president. Imposing one tariff would mean another comes in response, continuing like this until we put shared companies at risk. Now, the tone of this letter is very important because Mexico's president is not just talking about tariffs, about economic and the economic relationship with the United States, but also the border relationship with the United States, because Mexico has done a lot to help the Biden administration control the migration that is coming into the U.S. southern border.
Yeah, I don't think that Trump supporters understand this, but not only is Mexico not an antagonistic force, Mexico has made a lot of sacrifices. Isn't she a cartel puppet? No. Mexico has made a lot of sacrifices to try to, stymie the flow of undocumented migrants into America, because they're like obviously the kind of the buffer there. Yeah, Mexico is literally our ally. That is true. People often talk about Mexico like it's literally like an enemy nation, which is insane. They're our ally, and they have worked with the Biden administration to, curtail the flow of undocumented immigrants. If Trump kicks off an openly hostile relationship with our southern ally, it will not work out well. It's
which begs the question about what is happening on the U.S. southern border, given that Governor Greg Abbott and the incoming U.S. border czar, Tom Homan, are on the border today. Here's the reality. The migrant apprehension numbers are extremely low. I talked to a law enforcement source, Jim, who says that on Sunday, Migrant apprehensions were about 1,500. If you compare that to December of 2023, when 10,000 people were crossing the border per day, that just gives you a sense of the dramatic change. The reality is, and I've talked to both people on the ground, agents, and also advocates who work on the border, they say it is very quiet right now, very low, despite what you're hearing from Governor Greg Abbott and the incoming border czar, Tom Homan. Back to you.
All right, Rosa Flores.
A czar just means like an appointee by the president to specifically deal with an issue. It's not a formal title.
Important context. Thank you very much.
What do Americans want in terms of what are their top priorities for Trump? This is according to CBS News YouGov poll that came out. Their highest priority is lower prices. 79% of Americans.
I know you can't like fix the median voter and everything that represents. Do you think the average American has ever reflected on the fact that they have probably never seen prices go down once in their entire lives? The only time that happens is with gas prices. For the most part, once a price is set for a commodity that you purchase in a store, that's the price. Maybe it stays where it is for a while and wages go up, but for the most part, like overwhelmingly, prices don't go down. Why would they go down? So we should be focusing on deflation? No, deflation's really bad for the economy. No, light like 2 to 3% inflation annually is probably literally as good as it gets, which is why it's crazy that thanks to Joe Biden and the Inflation Reduction Act, we went back down to 2 to 3% inflation in like no time. Like they did it. They just did it. They went right back down there. We need to focus on raising wages. That's the economically sensible way of dealing with this imbalance.
Americans want lower prices. Just 26% say put tariffs on imports. So his strategy here can undercut what voters want him to do.
Sure, but this...
Lily Gaylord, PhD, was that message and request and question so interesting you had to ask it 3 times? Reflect on that. Reflect on your sins.
You know, threatening tariffs, particularly against Mexico and other Central American countries, was basically the central pillar of his diplomatic approach to migration when it came to this region. So yes, while those economic concerns are true, you know, the president-elect he does gravitate towards immigration and migration as his primary issue. This is one of his basically go-to steps when it comes to his approach for these nations. The other thing that's not being talked about as much is sort of Mexico's response to this as well. You know, in order to do many of those ambitious plans that the president-elect has been talking about, sweeping border restrictions, mass deportations, you also need somebody to take in those people that you're reporting, that being the Mexican government. They've been basically a collaborator and one of the prime reasons that the Biden administration has been able to drive down border crossings recently. And today, the Mexican government also issued a response.
Man, good thing this guy isn't in the room where all you white motherfuckers in chat would be asking if you could touch his hair.
Claudia Sheinbaum, the Mexican president, she said President Trump, neither threats nor tariffs will resolve the issue of migration or drug consumption in the United States. Cooperation and shared understanding are required to face these important challenges. Imposing one tariff would mean another comes in response. Continuing like this until we put shared companies at risk. A pretty stark warning.
It is a stark warning.
We are very lucky Claudia won the presidential election down in Mexico because we know she's not going to play ball with Donald Trump. A more like center-right Mexican president might acquiesce or kowtow to Trump in an effort to avoid antagonism, but it seems like she's not going to, at least from the get-go. Thank God. I mean, really, things could be so much worse if she, you know, kowtowed.
And I think that statement comes from a sentiment that I would hear often in Mexico as well while reporting there. And that's that there are officials in the Mexican government that also feel as if they have some leverage, you know, with...
Hold on, who's that handsome devil?
Has been different. This is Trump from 24 years ago.
There are a lot of things I'd do if I were elected, but one thing I'd do definitely is stop other countries from ripping off the United States. They are ripping us like we've never been ripped before. If you look at Japan, if you look at China, where we lose $100 billion a year with China, and they do nothing to help us with potentially our biggest problem of all, and that's going to be North Korea. So I would start right at that point.
And at the time, Trump was actually flirting with the presidential run, possibly alongside Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura on the Reform Party ticket. A lot has changed, but not Trump on tariffs.
Well, you have to think, too, he probably is a businessman and in getting merchandise from China, has some experience with it, clearly felt like he wasn't getting the deal that he deserved. And this is one of those areas where he does feel like he, has a clear through line. I mean, that's very rarely do you see Trump 20 years ago kind of saying the exact same thing as he is saying today.
Exactly, and he said it obviously on the campaign trail. But I want to actually turn right now to CNN's Matt Egan, who has some new reporting on how the Trump administration...
Trade deficits aren't a meaningful measure of an economy. Yeah. When he says we're losing 100 million or 100 billion or whatever to China, what he means is we buy more from China than they buy from us, which the answer is like, okay, that means that China has US dollars, which they hold on to. The more US dollars they hold on to, the more invested they are in the continued, worth of our dollar. When we buy stuff from them, we're buying it in USD. They hold on to it. That's their strategic reserve of US dollars, which is worthless if our dollar collapses.
We'll see, pick and choose which companies pay for tariffs. Experts worry it's a process that opens up the door to potentially corrupt decision making. So, Matt, what are you learning?
Well, Manu, there is a system in place for U.S. companies trying to avoid paying tariffs, especially on China. But businesses and researchers tell CNN that that system is broken. So we're talking about tariff exclusions. And U.S. companies can apply for what amounts to a hall pass to avoid paying those tariffs on China if they can show that it would cause severe economic harm to them or that they can't get the products elsewhere. Now, during the first Trump administration, these exclusions were very hard to get. Between 2018 and 2020, only about 1 in 7 companies that applied with the U.S. Trade Representative were able to get these exclusions. And lawmakers and companies, they feared that the USTR was able to kind of pick winners and losers by deciding who got these exclusions and who didn't. And business owners feared that there was a lack of transparency with this process that opened it up to potentially allowing officials to play political favoritism. And there is some academic research that supports that. Some peer-reviewed research finds that firms whose executives backed Republicans, they were able to get exclusions 1 in 5.
The tariff exclusion equivalent of getting banned from Twitter and putting in your unbanned request. I've been censored for promoting free speech and expressing my conservative values and getting unbanned 100% of the time. Fantastic stuff. Really, really, truly wonderful. We're going to be seeing a lot of this in the upcoming administration as well. So if I suddenly become a Trump supporter, just know that it's because I want to get on the preferential YouTube partner AdSense fast track program. I just want rather than a 0.0017 CPI, I want 0.00218. If I could get that. We will understand. Thank you. Yeah, if I suddenly shift all my positions, just know that it's because it slightly benefited me economically. Get me off of CNN, please, God.
With us here in New York, NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard tracking the Trump transition, and senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Also joining us, Washington Post national editor and MSNBC political analyst Philip Rucker. So, Christine, we're seeing the markets already reacting, but talk to us in terms of what goods, what industries, what kind of impact it's going to have on Americans.
Just about everything you touch, it will have an impact on cars,
so if we
for example.
Don't touch it.
Big car industry in Canada, for example, that half of the cars made in Canada are made by American companies, and half of the parts in those cars come from the United States. And all of those parts go back and forth multiple times before a final assembled vehicle is sold. You start putting 25% tariffs on each of those moves, and you're adding to the price of a car. Tomatoes coming from Mexico, any kind of produce coming from Mexico, and a lot of our imports come from Mexico in terms of grocery items. Those would cost more.
Yeah, that's going to be the really fucked thing when you have, because of NAFTA and decades of peace and security between us and Mexico and Canada, there are some industries where parts go back and forth between these countries multiple times, sometimes a significant number of times. A tariff being applied at each one of those stages could potentially inflate the price of a good by well over 100%. Even if the tariff is only 20%, it's bouncing back and forth. You're paying the tariff on it multiple times, especially if, as is the case with, Mexico, they retaliate with their own tariffs. You've got like a $1 part that bounces back and forth 8 times as different parts of the assembly, and you're paying $26 for it at the end. Absolutely insane.
More money. And let me explain why. Because the president-elect doesn't believe this or doesn't acknowledge this. But the entity that writes the check for the import tax is the importer, the company that's then going to send it to a grocery store or to a car dealership. So that cost is passed on to consumers. So consumers would face.
Even this is lowballing it. Before, after tariffs, $2,000 to $2,200. But that's only a 10% jump. As opposed to the proposed 25% with Canada and Mexico. The specifics are going to vary industry to industry, but potentially this shit can end up being like way more expensive. And if the retaliatory, that's 2,100. I'm sorry. I know you don't trust me. I know. I say it's 10% and you guys think, oh, that must be 2,100 when it's actually closer to 2,200. I know you don't trust me. That's fine.
Higher prices for things. And in the very near term, the stock market is simply reacting.
Who the fuck pays $2,000 for a mattress? Sensible people. Shoes, mattress, chairs, sofa, anything that involves ergonomics, you drop the big bucks for that. You should be eating lentils with your hands because you don't want to waste money on a spoon if it means saving up for a good mattress. Nothing beats having a healthy back. All those people who are like me when I woke up on my 26th birthday and I couldn't get out of bed because my back hurt? Those people do not invest in good mattresses, okay? But I bet you I could catch them down at the club. Bet you I could catch them forgetting to pregame before they go to the bar and dropping $14 on a single already watered down cocktail. The first of 4 that they'll need to get hammered enough to enjoy the shit music at the venue they're at. Save your money.
To the fact that it's disruptive. Even if this is just a threat from the president-elect, already people are signing deals to import goods in the next 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks. And so they are facing higher prices ahead.
I mean, these 3 countries, Mexico, Canada, China, imported more than, we imported from them more than $1 trillion worth of goods in the last year. If we're expecting these tariffs, prices could go up. Should people start stocking up on certain items?
Well, businesses already have been if they can, but small and medium-sized businesses don't have $500,000 laying around to buy, ingredients now that they might need next year. So the big companies have been preparing, but smaller companies are at a disadvantage. I'd make one last point too. Mexico
products,
and Canada,
man.
the president, when in his first administration, basically jettisoned NAFTA and made his own USMCA, U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. This would be in violation of his own perfect trade agreement that he made. So raising questions about what that means in terms of the rules-based order for international trade.
That's such a good point. And Vaughn, not only did the president have his own trade deal with a couple of these countries, he threatened other tariffs last time around that he didn't end up following through on. So will he follow through this?
I feel like he has to follow through to some extent on the tariffs this time because he's been so loud about them. If he had talked about them extensively prior to getting elected, but after getting elected, his rhetoric softened a bit, he might be able to pivot off of it. He's committing really hard to this. And also, unlike his first administration, he doesn't have anyone holding him back anymore. His cabinet is all psychopaths.
Time. And he went through with a lot. And let's be very clear. Americans have already lived through a trade war in 2018 and 2019. And you should also expect retaliatory tariffs, right? The U.S. exports $2 trillion worth of goods. And we saw in 2018 and 2019, those countries, Mexico, Canada, China, our European allies, they placed retaliatory tariffs on our goods.
You're all still going to like and subscribe and ring the bell even after the tariffs reduce us to, we're back in Hoovervilles, right? Trumpvilles? You'll still make sure to like and subscribe and ring the bell, right? Sub tier 4, yellow name? Yep. Okay, that's all I need. All I need is the yep. Sure, Voss, sure. Thank you. I appreciate that.
American producers and manufacturers who rely on those
Alms
export
to your
markets,
streamer.
whether you're a lobster farmer
Jingle,
in
jingle.
Maine or
Alms
whether you're a
to your
soybean
streamer.
producer in Nebraska, they have spent years developing these markets, buyers overseas, but then there was a retaliatory tariff that was placed. And so really this is just going to call into question what is Donald Trump actually looking for out of any trade deal, whether it be with a new USMCA 2.0 or out of a China trade deal, because the Americans, they suffered losses in 2018, 2019, and 2020 because of the trade war. What does Donald Trump want out of these? It's not quite clear.
And taxpayers kicked in for billions and billions of dollars to make, American farmers whole again after they were retaliated against. So taxpayers paid the price. And consumers paid the price from higher prices.
So, Phil, even before taking office, this is where we're at. Trump's blowing up his own trade agreement. He's picking an economic fight with America's allies and a rival. What do you make of it?
Yeah, well, it shouldn't be surprising, though, because this is exactly what Donald Trump ran on in his campaign all year. These tariffs were at the top of his agenda. He talked about it at virtually every turn. And, he could...
You know what needs to be an emote or some version of it? We're going to be getting a lot of use out of this one. I thought Trump would basely and epically reduce prices at the what's going on? I thought he was gonna bring America back and I don't know. I thought he was gonna I don't know. I watched him on Joe Rogan. I thought he was gonna fight the status quo. Maybe he is. The status quo of the status quo of Americans being able to afford groceries more and more easily every year. At long last, that tradition will be broken. How would Fuentes type square this circle? Probably say that Trump's policies are all working, but the Jews are tightening the screws on the economy or something. That's what they did back in Germany in the 20s and 30s. They were like, yeah, man, it's not all the bad economic policy and the global depression or whatever. It's got to be all of these German-controlled banks that have some Jews that work in them that are affecting policies in ways that we can't really describe, that are nebulous and not really empirically identifiable.
Could argue that because he won the presidency and won the popular vote, that there is support for this kind of a dramatic measure on day one. I think it's going to be a real challenge, however, for his incoming economic team, the new Treasury Secretary, as well as some of his foreign policy leaders, to really help implement this in a way that doesn't disrupt the U.S. economy too dramatically, and that also can keep sort of the global alliances in check. That's going to be a massive challenge for the administration to navigate in those opening days, assuming these tariffs go into place.
So Trump's Treasury Secretary pick, Scott Bessent, said this about the tariffs the day after the election. Watch.
My view, and I don't
Didn't we
have
just see
a
this?
say now yet or maybe ever, but is that I would recommend that tariffs be layered in gradually.
Yes, we just
which
saw this.
would
This
be
is the former
price adjustment
George
would
Soros
be over a period
hedge
of time.
fund manager.
Vaughn, he recommends the tariffs be gradual. It doesn't sound like what Trump is saying in his tweets or in his social media posts is gradual.
No. This is gradual. It starts at 25%, and then he's going to turn it up. Remember what he said in the campaign trail? He said 25, 50, 100, 200%. It doesn't matter. I don't care. This is just the beginning. Going to have 1,000,000% tariffs on all goods coming in. It's the only way.
Is there a disconnect?
No, and Howard Lutnick, who is going to be the Commerce Secretary, has also talked about having more targeted tariffs because there are some, for example, manufactured parts, like for automobiles.
What are even the theoretical positive aspects of tariffs? What the hell do they want to achieve? Well, there are two real suggestions, I think, two real possibilities. Well, I would say three of them, actually. Number one is that they're really stupid and high on their own supply, and they don't understand what this is going to do. That's part of it. Number two is that this is going to be used to facilitate one of the greatest wealth transfers in human history. An ungodly amount of money will be raised from these tariffs. Consumer prices will skyrocket, which you will have to pay if you want to live. And the money raised for these tariffs will be used to essentially reimburse the industries that are run by Trump cronies. So all the money that is raised through the tariffs gets redirected into like revenue streams that end up benefiting heavily subsidized industries, effectively siphoning trillions out of the economy and into the bank accounts and offshore accounts of a very small number of very wealthy people. The third possibility is that we're reaching a kind of like end times-esque late stage capitalism scenario where the ruling elite are aware of the fact that they've tightened the screws kind of as far as they're going to go when it comes to the outsourcing of the proletariat, and they want to return to an older style. Like, there's been this process of every American gets to enjoy a life of luxury, and all of the real slave labor that is done to uphold that economic reality is done outside of the country or in prisons or by undocumented workers. Just keep it like out of the public eye, you know? Very neoliberal 1990s NAFTA era, everything is going to be fine, end of history. That's been the way we've been handling things for a while, and it's possible that the powers that be are like, no, we want to go back to the Gilded Age, basically. Like, we like the idea of being wealthy and powerful in a much more direct way than we have been. And tariffs will facilitate an economic transfer that will basically like reduce the world to that state. And I think that all three of these are part of the answer, you know? I think all three of them are part of the answer.
That American manufacturers don't make, which is what requires, right? Like Cummins is a diesel engine company based out of Indiana. There are some parts that they rely on to be coming into the United States to use for their machines. And when you have that tariff that is placed on it, it only increases the size of the price of the engines, which gets to Scott Bessent's point and Howard Lutnick's point, is that there needs to be some more targeted tariffs. But that's not what Donald Trump is pushing for. He's kind of going across the board, tough style of politics approach here. And when you're talking also, I come back to what is the goal at the back end of this? And when we go back to that China trade deal, the first go around, Donald Trump justified the trade war in large part to try to cut back on the manipulation of the marketplace by China, cut down on IP theft. But in all of those stated goals of the Trump administration, they never came to fruition. So Donald Trump is saying he's going to place tariffs on Canada and Mexico to cut down on migration.
Man, Ozempic really hit him hard, huh? Look at how youthful and vital and rotund he is here. He looks like that Blueberry Boy, you know?
Canada and Mexico to cut down on migration and drugs. You know, this is playing with the economy at the same time you're trying to play with another issue.
Right. It's all about the border. It's coming back to the border.
There's a lot at stake here.
Take a listen to Eric Trump talking about what the purpose is of these tariffs.
You want to allow drugs to come through our southern border? We're going to tariff you. You want to allow them to come through Canada? We're going to tariff you. China, if you're going to allow this stuff to get sold in our country, largely produced in China, we're going to add another 10% to your tariff. We are going to cost your countries your...
Wait, what was that last one right there? You're just going to sell to us from China? What?
We're going to tariff you. You want to allow them to come through Canada? We're going to tariff you. China, if you're going to allow this stuff to get sold in our country, largely produced in China.
I think he means fentanyl here and not just like stuff in general.
We're going to add another 10% to your tariff. We are going to cost your countries, your economies. We're going to cost your businesses billions, hundreds of billions of dollars.
Christine, you touched on this earlier, but the first Trump administration did hit China with some tariffs. What was the outcome of that? Did China feel the pain?
And did try to get China to make some agreements about fentanyl and the things that ingredients in drugs, and it didn't work, right? Look, the pain was felt by American producers, American factories, American farmers especially. I mean, American farmers were really hammered, pork producers and whiskey producers and all these things that had these big counter tariffs on. The question is, if President-elect Trump puts on tariffs on day one, are there then counter tariffs? And then that's what becomes a trade war. And that can be really disruptive to supply chains, to prices for American consumers. And again, the person who pays the tariff, the entity that pays the tariff, China is not writing a check for an import tax. That is
Wait, hold on. The tariffs fuck over farmers. I know there is going to be a good side to this. And considering the fact that the average person who voted for Trump is actually less educated and less wealthy than the average person who voted for Harris, we get the added benefit that statistically speaking, Trump supporters will objectively be hurt more by this than Harris supporters. So if you want your vindictiveness, if you want your schadenfreude, then just enjoy that by like something like 5 to 10% margin, they will objectively be hurting more than you. So take what you can, right? Last video we watched on this, but like, holy shit, it's really important. So I'm just trying to glean all I can, I guess.
We are back apparently to the era of federal policy announced via social media.
Yep.
The president-elect on Truth Social, of course, promising to penalize both neighbors to the north and to the south with a 25% tariff on all products entering the U.S. starting on day one of his second term. Trump also vowing financial vengeance on China with a 10% tariff on top of all the other tariffs already in place against Beijing. CNN economics commentator Catherine Rampell joins us in the fifth seat. And Catherine, I want to start with your initial reaction to this 25% because it's not unexpected.
I'd like to offer
right?
you guys, this is very brave of me because most people wouldn't want to make this recommendation because it would come across as way too pedestrian, entry level, like high school, this I'm 14 and this is deep. But if you guys want an insight into the psychology of power, I genuinely, and I mean this, recommend you read the hit book 1984. I really do think that a lot of the stuff the powerful do, and we're going to see more of this as time goes on, are best explainable through an understanding of power that operates outside the liberal understanding of like empirical wealth differentials. You know, like there are a lot of things that powerful people do that do not empirically benefit themselves, that there are reasons they do it, and a lot of it has to do with, you know, more so psychology than economics. It's actually a good book. You can meme about it all you want. People love to meme about it. Everyone memes about it. It's still a good book, you know. Doesn't change the fact that it's a good book. I think that it's quite instructive in that. And yeah, I think George Orwell was a smart cookie, you know. I think he had, you know, he was a little wacky sometimes, but yeah. Oh yeah, for sure, Self-Hero, 100%. I'll just watch Equilibrium again. Well, that works too.
Hearing that tariffs would be coming with a Trump administration.
I mean, it is not unexpected in the sense it may be unexpected to Americans who thought Trump was going to lower their prices. Because if you voted for Trump because you thought he was going to bring grocery prices down, I have some very bad news for you. A lot of our produce comes from Mexico. 2/3 of the tomatoes that Americans purchase are from Mexico. 90% of the avocados that they purchase are from Mexico, just to mention 2 examples. So that guac is definitely going to cost extra. If you voted for Trump because you thought he was going to bring down the cost of housing, a lot of our lumber, cement, other materials comes from Canada, which means that construction costs are going to go up. Not to mention all of the ways he's going to roil the U.S. auto industry, because a lot of autos cross borders in North America multiple times before they're ultimately finished and sold to consumers. Not to mention the fact that a lot of U.S. manufacturers purchase inputs, intermediate goods like
coffee's going to get a lot
metals
more
and
expensive.
cement and other things from Canada, from Mexico, and not to mention even the retaliation that we should expect. All of which is going to be very bad for consumers, not to mention, again, many of the U.S. workers that Trump allegedly wants to help.
What about tequila?
Tequila, I would bet that that's going to suffer too.
I'm out. Count me out.
But can I ask our Republicans at the table? I know
This guy's really got his bit down. Tequila, he's got the hat. You know what I mean? Like he came here with a theme.
there's a love-hate relationship with tariffs, with some people sort of saying, like, yes, they can be a cudgel against other countries.
No one likes tariffs. There's no love-hate relationship with tariffs. No one likes tariffs. The only people who like tariffs are people who don't know what they do. There is no informed like on tariffs. There's like some very specific edge cases in developing countries to protect like specific local sectors, or like in a very antagonistic relationship with another country, but like very, 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 very specific, not at all like a general use case. And we're the last country that should be applying tariffs because we're so dependent on the global economy. You know, the supply chains stretch everywhere.
You want to have influence over their policy. And we should say in these Truth Social tweets, he was talking about immigration and the border and fentanyl. But that's a long economic laundry list.
You know, the last time Catherine and I were on, you were saying that if Trump deports illegal immigrants, our groceries are going to go up because who will pick our crops? Now you're saying if he does tariffs, you're saying, well, the groceries come from Mexico and Canada.
Yeah.
So
This is the quality of intellectual discourse that you'll get, I suppose, from the right wing. Are you suggesting that we get food from America and from Mexico? That America grows food and Mexico grows food? I don't understand. Only one place can grow food at a time, idiot. 4 years of this for you? Hey, 4 years of this for everyone.
We do produce quite a bit of
you
groceries.
have now officially have it both ways.
Groceries.
You have it both ways. You can't have it, but you can't grow food in 2 countries at once, you fucking woman. America and Mexico? You sound ridiculous.
But these things are not mutually exclusive. The groceries that we consume
you just said all the produce is coming from Mexico. But before we were all together, you were saying no, it's all picked by illegals here in the U.S.
I said nothing of the sort.
I think we do actually have a sense of what this could affect in terms of goods. For instance,
You just got to let that roll by, because CNN's policy is that you have to have at minimum one retard in for the right-wing retard for these policy discussions, and you can't be mean to him or you get a write-up from HR.
From Canada, oil is one of the things. Also, when it comes to China, technology.
He's so proud because he knows he's lying. Again, he knows he's lying. No one would sincerely arrive at the position that he had there. No one would actually think like, wait, hold on. You can't grow crops in 2 countries at once. He knows he's lying. He's just playing defense for Trump. That's his job. He's paid to do it. You should think they're just like actors, you know? Oh my God, how can Mark Ruffalo pretend that when he gets really angry, he turns into the Hulk? That's not real. How can he do that? He's paid to do it.
Machinery, you've got that from Canada here. Vehicles is another one. Look, the reason why I wanted to start the show with this is because, it's shopping time. Yeah. I mean, we are literally heading into the season, and
it's shopping time.
Avocados aside, there's a lot of stuff that's going to come up.
Gas prices are going to go up too.
Jim, you said in the past that you did not like across the board tariffs. So when someone gets on and says 25%, check everyone, you feel what?
I would point out that Mexico did violate the Mexico-Canada trade agreement earlier this year when they enacted AMLO's judicial reforms. So technically, Trump could say this is in retaliation for that. What he did say is every time Trump rattles a saber, and he's been calling for tariffs on just about everything since the 1980s, he always gives the other country an out. He always says, this is what I want to see. I want to see fentanyl response from China. I want to see closing the borders. I want to see immigration. And we went through a lot of this in the first term. And Trump would always...
Again, one of the conditions for this tariff ending with Canada is you need to close the Canadian-American border, that massive, massive border that you could not possibly clamp down on. It's not possible to. It's far too much territory. You have to clamp down on it for our sake.
Say, we're going to have the biggest, the most terrible tariffs you've ever seen. We're going to tariff the hell out of you. And inevitably, there'd be some sort of, everyone would panic. And then there'd be some sort of sense of, okay, can we get a fig leaf? Can we get some sort of policy change that Trump can point to and say, this is a win? USMCA was not dramatically different from NAFTA, but Trump acted like he had completely reinvented it and finally gotten Americans this much better deal. I'd be surprised if we actually enact these tariffs and prices go up everywhere, then everybody in the administration is going to see, okay, how can we get out of this while looking like we've got some sort of victory?
Yeah.
Any move by these foreign governments is going to be seen as, okay, that's our out.
Chuck, let me bring you into this because obviously there are a lot of constituencies that were very interested in the Trump administration.
He's likely correct. If they are looking for an out, they'll look for one quickly. Canada will put one more Mountie on the border, and Trump will be like, all right, Canada broke to our will. They're now patrolling the border. Illegal immigrants are down 100%, and they'll drop the tariff.
Trump 47 being a sort of shift to the economy and something that would benefit them. Who benefits here?
Look, it all depends who you are. If you're in the Trump administration, you're going to say, I've been telling you this from day one. I think there's nobody here, even Democrats, even this Democrat who would say that we don't want to secure the border. And to Scott's point, he's been talking about it for a long time. There's 476, if I did my Googling right, $1 billion that come in from Mexico. And if you start putting a tariff on that, and it costs people more money, and the prices go up, I think there will be a pushback from lots of people across the country because they voted for cheaper gas and groceries.
I'll tell you who benefits from this. It's anybody that Trump tipped off at Mar-a-Lago yesterday that he was going to do this, because the exchange rate between the Mexican peso and the U.S. dollar just rapidly changed. So, yeah, there are some people who are going to pocket some money.
I like the indignant look on the guy on the left. Like, no, Donald Trump would never share insider info to his business pals at Mar-a-Lago. He's never done that except for the entire time that he's been alive.
From this, I understand Trump's hatred or disdain for Mexico. I don't understand
why the Canadians.
Well, that's what I was
saying. What did I do?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No, the question is, what did they not do?
It's like Trump. Everybody is Trump's enemy at some point, and so Canada. You know why are they out of China, Mexico, and Canada? Those are the three countries. But also,
I just Canada for fentanyl coming in.
But I think the thing that'll be interesting is, look, we had an election. I'm going to say it over and over. Elections have consequences. It is going to be shopping season, but Donald Trump won't be the president when this first holiday season comes. But if he enacts tariffs by the time the next holiday season comes, which will be 2025, going into a midterm year of 2026, that administration will have questions to answer to the American people.
Election.
That
We never get to escape the cycle of samsara.
And just, I want to add one thing. You said it's not this season, but you already have many American companies speaking to the media, right, saying,
Going
whether
overseas.
it be Walmart, whether it be whoever. I know in our podcast we're talking to people in the fashion industry about like the materials they're buying ahead of time. So it will make a big difference, even if it means people rushing in this moment. I want to move to this issue of immigration, since you guys kind of have all touched on it here, which is that you have the sort of potential incoming administration talking about how they will wield policy. And one of the ways to do that is to threaten federal funding to sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, et cetera.
Are we done with the tariff talk then?
We've seen this before.
Willing to go to jail over this, and I believe it was the Trump's appointee for Homeland Security or for immigration was like, yes, fine, that's fine. We agreed to your terms. We will put you in jail.
Affected by this, and I think there's kickback to that.
I think that
In fact, Obama did that. Obama, remember, was the deporter in chief. But that is not what Trump did. He literally rescinded a Trump-era order that prioritized detaining and deporting criminals in favor of having no priorities, which means everyone, which means your business partner, which means an asylum seeker.
The thing that will be interesting is that you're right. We debated over and over. I don't agree with Donald Trump's immigration policies. He also has never really explained how he's going to execute the deportations, which gives a lot of people fear, alarm.
Yeah, it looks like we're done with tariffs. Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy. It's going to be a pretty crazy day one. Look, they're probably going to try to get a quick out, like after any concession possible from Canada. And I don't know how things are going to go with Canada. My hope is that Trudeau and Claudia don't play ball. My hope, I should say Steinbaum rather than Claudia, because people say, like, with women, you say the first names rather than the last names. They do the same thing with Kamala, as opposed to Harris. That people say Trump but not Donald. Well, either way, I really hope they don't play ball. Because if they do, they could give Donald Trump like a very easy, very stupid win, where they do basically nothing, and Donald Trump gets to say, we have successfully halted the flow of all fentanyl into the country, and I'll arrest you if you say otherwise. I like, Mexico needs to forge its own path, is what I'm saying. There is a future in the Americas, and that is not with the United States of America. Like, the Latin America, basically all of America, except for the United States and Canada, I think that there's more room to grow there. I personally, I just think it's fucked up that Mexico has been our ally for decades, and it's just common for us to treat them like an enemy. Even the Democrats don't really treat Mexico like an ally. We don't talk about them the way we talk about Canada. Mexico cooperates with us more directly and under like more strained circumstances than Canada does, like far more so. We treat them like shit. I wonder why. Racism? Nah, couldn't be. Couldn't be. All right. Apparently, Biden has solved the Israel-Palestine-Lebanon conflict. Peace reigns and Netanyahu is in chains. That's not true, but we'll talk about the thing in a sec. I have to piss. All right. All right. Vosh skips leg day. Muted for 1 hour for the obvious bait. We've done this multiple times before. I know what you all want. You want the sick quad shot. The well-developed quads. They're still pretty well-developed in spite of the fact that I barely work out anymore. Been going on morning walks, but a morning walk doesn't make your quads bigger. I mean, not really, you know. See, only Dest, I appreciate the honesty. Thank you. But before we can get honesty, we need this guy. Israel and Lebanon's Hezbollah agree to a ceasefire to end nearly 14 months of fighting. Whoa, has something actually happened? Well, I don't know. I haven't read the article yet. This just happened. So I don't know yet. We'll have to find out together. U.S. brokered ceasefire agreement with Lebanon's Hezbollah on Tuesday, setting the stage for an end to the nearly 14 months of fighting linked to the ongoing war in the Gaza Strip. Actually, potentially quite significant. Funny that this is happening still under Biden's administration, thereby denying Trump an easy win as soon as he gets into office, you know? Israel's just going to break this? Maybe. Maybe. Perhaps. Possibly. Israeli warplanes, meanwhile, carried out the most intense wave of strikes in Beirut and its southern suburbs. Oh, yeah, lots and lots and lots of innocent civilians killed. You all know the deal. You all know the deal. Israel's Secretary Cabinet approved the ceasefire agreement late Tuesday after it was presented by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. His office said, U.S. Joe Biden. When you try to read too quickly, it all falls apart, huh? U.S. President Joe Biden, speaking in Washington, called the agreement good news, big news, and said his administration would make a renewed push for a ceasefire in Gaza. Eventually, a ceasefire in Gaza will happen because there will be nothing left in Gaza but dust, rubble, and like puddles of blood, you know? Like, you know, mulched human remains. At that point, you're just sort of shooting at wet meat. They'll just shoot the rocks. I mean, there's like a million TikToks of them doing exactly that, so we'll see, I suppose. It is good. I can't help but wonder, like, how much of this is actual peace brokering, and yes, Skynet, how much of this is Israel, like, kind of getting scared of Hezbollah? You know, there's a reason why all the big news that you've seen out of the Lebanon-Israeli conflict has been them striking civilians in Beirut, and it's probably because they're not making any fucking progress against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Again, you know, look, the IDF is very, very, very talented at killing babies. When it comes to fighting like a large, well-mobilized, I wouldn't say disciplined, but at the very least highly motivated militia, not so much. Quick list of the ceasefire conditions. Truce is set to take effect at 4 a.m. local on Wednesday. 4 a.m.? Waking up early for this one. The deal is designed to be a permanent cessation of hostilities. Over the next 60 days, the Lebanese army and state security forces are expected to take control of the border area with Israel. Yeah, you're going to get like a 5-meter wide strip of it. Hezbollah's not giving you that. They hold southern Lebanon. The Lebanese army and state security are going to snake down along the border. Like they're going to be shuffling single file to technically meet this requirement of the agreement. They're not going to meaningfully hold, hold it. Israeli forces to, quote, gradually withdraw from southern Lebanon. Oh, I'm sure. Hezbollah's infrastructure in southern Lebanon not to be allowed to be rebuilt. Nice. Yeah, okay. So mini occupation? No. The Israeli forces are sure to withdraw. Thankfully, they didn't make it in very far because Hezbollah isn't just a bunch of like Palestinian children. So here's the live UA map pulled up. You can look back in time and see virtually no advancement. I love shit like this, man. You can see the line right here. See blue and red. And we're on the current date. Go back to November 1st. Same. Go back to October 1st. No progress there. 19th. 31st of October. Yeah, no progress at all in the past month. This is November 1st. That's November 26th. It's just not as fun when they shoot back, you know? Not even remotely, Sandler. Israel's 3-day operation. Well, hey, it looks like it's ending sooner than the Russian invasion of Ukraine. To be fair, Hezbollah has admitted to losing over 1,000 fighters so far. They're not exactly having an easy time. No, I'm not saying that Hezbollah could beat Israel. I'm just saying that the IDF are pussies. Like, genuinely. There's a reason why it's common practice in, like, Western militaries to have detachments join in other conflicts. And it's because you want people with battlefield experience. You want people who are capable of, like, keeping their calm in combat. The experience you have with combat does a lot to inform your behavior when you actually face an enemy. And if the only experience the IDF has had is occupying the Gaza Strip and killing civilians, or waiting on the other side of the Lebanese border and just like hearing stories about how your, other IDF battalions are getting to mulch Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. It doesn't lead to an effective fighting force, apparently, as evidenced by their progression or lack thereof. Very fun stuff. Got a State Department announcement on this, I assume. Israel, Lebanon. Give me that. Netanyahu approves Lebanon ceasefire deal in principle. That's from a day ago. That's before the formal agreement. To discuss 6 hours ago. Breaking. Netanyahu speaks 3 hours ago. This is recent enough that you're not going to get a bunch of video footage. There we go. 28 minutes ago. Thank you. Got to look for things that are breaking. Giving the game away a little bit.
I just spoke with the Prime Minister of Israel and Lebanon.
I hear meowing.
I'm pleased to announce that their governments have accepted the United States proposal to end the devastating conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. I want to thank President Macron of France for his partnership in reaching this moment. For nearly 14 months, a deadly conflict raged across the border that separates Israel and Lebanon. A conflict that began the day after the October 7 attack by Hamas on Israel. Hours later, at 2 a.m. in the morning, Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations backed by Iran attacked Israel in support of Hamas. Let's be clear. Israel did not launch this war. The Lebanese people did not seek that war either, nor did the United States. Over the past year, including the days immediately following October the 7th, I directed the U.S. military to flow assets and capabilities into the region, including...
How does the government of Lebanon negotiate a ceasefire for Hezbollah? They didn't. Hezbollah agreed to the ceasefire. Hezbollah also agreed to it. Hezbollah has probably also recognized that the Palestinian people are done for, and for that reason, they can no longer use the Palestinian people as a pretext for the ongoing hostilities with Israel. Like, there's kind of a timer on that, you know?
Aircraft carriers, fighter squadrons, and sophisticated air defense battery to defend Israel and deter our common enemy at critical moments. Since the war with Hezbollah began, over 70,000 Israelis have been forced to live as refugees in their own country, helplessly watching their homes, their businesses, their communities as they're bombarded and destroyed. And over
Can you believe that this guy and his team were pushing for another 4 years? Even with him being as he is, even though all of them knew he was falling apart and too old to do the job, even with the internal polling showing they would have lost in a massive landslide to Donald Trump?
300,000 Lebanese people have also been forced to live as refugees in their own country, in a war imposed on them by Hezbollah. All told, this has been the deadliest conflict between Israel and Hezbollah in decades. How many of Hezbollah's senior leaders are dead, including its longtime leader, Nasrallah?
You're like
Israel has destroyed Hezbollah's terrorist infrastructure in southern Lebanon as well, including miles of sophisticated tunnels, which were prepared for an October 7-style terrorist attack in northern Israel. But lasting security for the people of Israel and Lebanon cannot be achieved only on the battlefield. And that's why I directed my team to work with the governments of Israel and Lebanon to forge a ceasefire, to bring the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah to a close. Under the deal reached today, effective at 4 a.m. tomorrow local time, the fighting across the Lebanese-Israeli border will end.
It looks like he can't even open his eyes all the way anymore.
This is designed to be a permanent cessation of hostilities. What is left of Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations will not be allowed, well, I emphasize, will not be allowed to threaten the security of Israel again. Over the next 60 days, the Lebanese army and state security forces will deploy and take control of their own territory once again. Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure in southern Lebanon will not be allowed to be rebuilt. And over the next 60 days, Israel will gradually withdraw its remaining forces. And civilians on both sides will soon be able to safely return to their communities and begin to rebuild their homes, their schools, their farms, their businesses, and their very lives.
All right, that's enough. We get the gist, I suppose. Well, I mean, it's probably a good thing. It's not like Hezbollah was primed to defeat Israel or anything. That's one loud Blue Jay lol. Yeah, holding their own protest. It's crazy, man. You think Biden will go down as one of the worst presidents? No, because Americans don't give a shit about foreign policy. Unless the Democrats, like, massively change their tune as well, most Americans will never think of Biden as the guy who handed this election to Trump. Apparently Israel's still launching strikes in Lebanon, though. Well, the ceasefire hasn't gone into agreement yet. The IDF is bloodthirsty. Of course they're going to, like, fire as many strikes as they can. They'll be there with a stopwatch. Wonder if they'll end up breaking the deal because they're like so hyped up for fighting. Who can say? Hey, no tag spam snitching, okay? Or facilitating a cultural shift where you're not all beleaguering me with links all the time. Moronic voters handed the election to Trump? Nah. There's no point in blaming people like that. It's not very sociological. People's behavior, it's motivated by environmental forces. And in this case, the environmental force is, well, at the very least, has been heavily shaped by the Democrats and their insanely ineffectual behavior in fighting fascism. It's you gotta blame them. Dems deserve this loss. Yeah, the American people don't. The American people deserve better. Dems are so much worse at politics than Republicans. They deserve the loss just for with regard to like their inability to play the game, you know? Plus they're white. That's also true. That's crazy. What was I talking about? Were you going to talk about the mass escape from Twitter? I saw this really funny post. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Where there were Chinese government officials that were upset that it was getting more difficult to spread propaganda on Twitter because Twitter's proportional like user base has been plummeting, and they invested a lot. I would want a second source on this. Semaphore. Does anyone know anything about this news outlet? Semaphore.com. Unserious? Semaphore is good. They're pretty good, I think. An intelligent, transparent global news platform for something something. Okay. I like that the background is yellow. It kind of makes me feel like I'm on an older internet webpage. Chinese state media is reportedly troubled by the latest exodus of X users. We can call it X now if we want to, I think, because it's dead. It's X is a corpse, I think. Flocking to Blue Sky. State outlets, which put considerable resources into amassing millions of followers on Elon Musk's social media platform, including by buying ads, deploying bots, and hiring influencers, have recently seen their growth plateau. The growing popularity of Blue Sky, which has a largely liberal base and harder to manipulate algorithm, has sparked worried chatter within Chinese state media circles, a formal Xinhua and China Daily employee wrote in his newspaper. That's funny. The idea of Elon being so incompetent that, like, foreign agents are upset that they can't use it as a platform for propagandizing. It's like, you know? Is it good? Is it bad? I think it's funny, first and foremost. Save us, President Xi. Kind of half unironically. This week, a series of migrations has added buzz to Blue Sky. On Tuesday, the app passed the 20 million mark, adding 1 million accounts in a day. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. And overtook Threads worldwide for the number of active daily users. And considering the fact that Threads has the backing of Instagram, you know, that's pretty impressive. For Chinese state media, the rise couldn't have come at a worse time. They've sunk considerable resources into Twitter via unlabeled state-sponsored influencers. Dude, there are so many of these. There's a ton of them on TikTok where it's like trad wife, like ASMR influencer accounts where they'll show you like the virtues of peaceful rural living or in you know, a provincial China or whatever. And they're getting paid by the Chinese government, but they don't disclose it. Hey, Artemy, there's something tasty on that power strip. Something over on that outlet on the wall that interests you, huh? You want to stick a fork in it? There a particular reason why you're trying to punch your own ticket in front of me? You fucking idiot. You fucking moron. Thankfully, he doesn't have a fork. He read about the median voter? Maybe. Ooh, little man. Yeah? Did you read about the median voter? Strike those thoughts from your mind. Strike those thoughts from your mind. What was I saying? With Blue Sky looking likely to emerge past Threads, Mastodon, Substack notes as the escape of choice, there's worried chatter within Chinese state media circles as to how to address the problem. Very, very funny. So Twitter is pretty cooked. I still think that Twitter is going to persist in some form or another, basically indefinitely, because it's pretty difficult for a social media site to like actually stop existing, right? Like, you know, GeoCities, even MySpace still exists, limps along, but MySpace got replaced in a much more substantial way, I think, than how Twitter can. Twitter's strength is that it's bare bones. You know what I mean? Like it's so fundamental. You don't have this whole page construction, whatever. You put a tweet out, the tweet's out. Like it's very simple. So it's as a root idea, it's pretty difficult to like destroy or invalidate or make obsolete. So I don't think any of that's going to happen. That being said, Twitter is getting increasingly unusable, and we all know why. Like you look at any tweet and all the top replies are from blue check bots that are, you know, sampling from ChatGPT to like build up their own profile page so that when they invariably get like, though all those bots, they're doing it for a reason. Those bots get sold. Like all the bots that you see with all the ChatGPT responses, the reason that happens is because they want to build up like a profile or a base of responses so that they look more legitimate when they get bought out in favor of like bot ad campaigns. So if somebody wants to buy 100,000 bots to say, for example, I don't know, say that groceries have never been cheaper than, you know, once Donald Trump comes into office or whatever, they have like they're not just like a blank profile, you know, they're building up an army. And Twitter is designed to make it really, 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 really easy for bots to be used in that way. You know, the site has basically no security against it. It's extremely easy to manipulate. It always has been, but it's gotten worse under Elon. So, you know, but yeah, Blue Sky is blowing up right now, which is good. I don't know how much it's going to like actually eclipse Twitter, though I have seen, have you guys noticed, I've been seeing this more and more often, there are these like, there are so many large blue check accounts on Twitter that have clearly been sold and just instantly turn into MAGA shills. I saw the Santa Decides account, there were like, I saw the Community Notes Goes Hard. Okay, there were a bunch of them where just like random blue check accounts that didn't contribute much of anything to the site, but probably made a decent amount of ad revenue. And then they got sold or just taken and they turn into like MAGA bots, basically. Oh yeah, Community Notes violating people. There are a lot of them that just turn into like chud bot farm accounts. The fact that they're getting bought up for that, and then they get bought, and then they lose a bunch of viewership because everyone who follows them is instantly like, why are you a bot? You know, a MAGA bot now. What are you doing? It makes me wonder like who's financing all those purchases, you know? If it's like Elon buying them out for cheap, or if it's like a Russian oligarch kind of thing. Yeah, I don't really know. Some UK police forces have even left Twitter because of how much of a shithole it is. That's funny. Oh, this article is from today. Several British police forces have largely withdrawn from Elon Musk's social media platform as concerns over its role in promoting violence and extremist content persist. We got to get out of here, lads. Hop, 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 hop. The little truncheons, they march in uniform in lockstep. You got a license for that propaganda. Exactly. It's pretty crazy. It's impossible to know how much like all social media is going to fall down this pit given enough time, because there will be like the Trump administration is going to make threats to, you know, Zuckerberg and so on every day that will like tantamount to like, why are people legally allowed to be mean to me on Facebook and YouTube and stuff? Like, what, you know, why are you letting that happen? This is basically like an attack against me. This is a violation of my free speech. So you can expect a pretty serious right-wing shift in all social media because they all like kowtow to the whining of the president. Even Blue Sky? Yeah, why not? Even Blue Sky. Twitter also has a problem with gore content. Yeah, they fired like all of their content moderation. Remember when they got rid of all the people whose job it was to weed out like child sexual abuse material? It was in the like Southeast Asian region, an area that covers like 800 million people. And they had one guy whose job it was to cover that entire region for that. Would hate to be that guy. That job has to suck. Mastodon can't kowtow to the president because there's no single Mastodon. Yeah, but the counter to that is that no one cares about Mastodon because it is and always will be like a hyper-specific tech nerd haven that doesn't appeal to people as social media because it requires too much finicking to get into. Sorry, it's useful in its contexts, but it's not like social media the way people need it to be, you know? What about Tumblr? Are we just like listing every social media platform we know of? What are you asking me? Does Tumblr exist? Yeah, Tumblr exists. What do you want me to say about it? Tumblr's been dead for a long time since they banned porn. Tumblr, the porn aggregate site, they banned porn on it. Then everyone flooded over to Twitter, and now that's the main like porn site basically. But now people are going to flood away from there because 99% of porn is created by like queer artists and the hoes. And it's not a good environment for them, so they're gonna, you know, go over to Blue Sky or whatever. Bring back the hoes. They're probably gonna be on Blue Sky. Do they let pornography on Blue Sky? I don't know if they do. I said this yesterday, but it's kind of like a difficult balancing act because they do? Okay, I don't know. It's a difficult balancing act because on one hand, like I don't like the fact that if you're 5 years old now and you go on a computer and go to any of the most popular websites in the world and type in girl, the first like video pop-up on the bottom underneath the search results will be somebody getting fisted in their asshole. That's probably a little bit bad. I think that it can just not, you don't even have to look, man. Twitter, anything you search on Twitter instantly gives you pornography and results. It's pretty wild, honestly, that there's no barrier to that. But at the same time, like I do not endorse the broader trend of extreme prudishness and social conservatism that is leading to stuff like credit card service providers not allowing people to create Patreons for not safe for work art or whatever else, you know, like or PayPal not like supporting people who do sex work. I don't support any of that, you know. So art is art. Yeah, art is art. You know, it's a thing. Things are things. That is true. I do believe that. People have come after me for believing that in the past, but you know, I stand by my principles. I don't know how well things are going to go with Blue Sky, to be honest with you. It seems like it's the enshittification thing, right? Like Blue Sky seems fine now, but everything on the internet gets worse over time. Literally everything, right? Like every idea gets made worse. A lot of this is due to private ownership, or sorry, non-private, public ownership, where if you have a bunch of shareholders whose value, share value you need to increase, you have to like, oh, you know, we're changing the format, we're changing the layout, new thing, and then invariably, like, you fuck it all up. Is Blue Sky, I don't think Blue Sky is public, but at some point, like, you know, don't put it past the market. Enjoy the time you have before it gets in shitified, I suppose. The reason why Steam hasn't in shitified is that it's owned by one guy. You know that once Gabe Newell dies, Steam is instantly going to become like a piece of shit, right? Like he is like the one-man dam holding back. Now he has a successor lined up. Never trust the successors of emperors, okay? Don't worry, okay? Our glorious emperor has handpicked the successor. I don't trust it. I've seen this play out poorly before. It's we need to make sure he lives forever. He's held on pretty well. Blue Sky is public. Blue Sky is public? I don't think they trade on that. I don't think there's Blue Sky shares. Yeah, no, I don't think it's public. It's federated. Why do we like Gabe? Isn't he a rich fuck like the rest? Well, if you don't know anything about Gabe Newell, then why would you know, rich people can be different from other rich people. It's possible. In the case of him, he's like the one-man plan. He's holding back the, enshittification of Steam. And Steam's already pretty shit, but for like different reasons. Yeah, he's ideologically libertarian, but he's actually principled. Which is crazy because basically all libertarians are just fascists, but he's not. So that's cool. Anyway, weren't we talking about Twitter? Yeah, Twitter's cooked. It's been cooked for a long time. It's getting like the cookery is increasing exponentially as more people leave for Blue Sky, and the actual reasons to be on Twitter decrease over time. So I guess we'll see like how rapidly that process continues, or to what extent it will continue. Surprised it's lasted this long, TBH. Well, don't worry, okay? Considering the fact that Elon Musk is the shadow president, don't put it past the Trump administration to like, I don't know, subsidize the fuck out of Twitter. They'll be like, since X is the bastion of free speech in the West, the priority of the government should be to ensure that it is not destroyed by evil competitors like Blue Sky, which are corrupted by the woke mob. And for this reason, we will be personally executing every person associated with Blue Sky's development, and we will be giving $1 trillion to Twitter and such and such. We'll see how it goes. Could be fun. Feeling bad for the Chinese state media. 13 million followers. Good Lord. Twitter's changing the rules in 2019, banning state media from buying ads and throttling their accounts via a tweaked algorithm hurt, labeling them as state media hurt further. Overnight viewership plummeted. In the year to 2020, China Daily added 1 million Twitter followers. Since then, it's lost 200,000. Obscene Scenarios saw outlets like CGTN, who profess to have 13 million followers, garner just a handful of likes per post. Very nice. As it should be. Average time spent social media apps. Holy shit! I really got to get on TikTok, man. What the hell? The average Brit spent 13.5 times more time on TikTok than they did on Twitter, and 4.5 times more on Facebook. More than double the time on TikTok than YouTube. No wonder they're cooked over there. Twitter's right up there with Facebook Messenger and behind WhatsApp. Twitter revenue keeps plummeting. Yeah, that hasn't changed for a while. Updated October 18th, 2024. What's the recent hit? Acquired for $44 billion. Twitter generated $3.4 billion revenue in 2023, a 22% decline year on year. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no. That's rough. That's substantial. To the moon. He did tell advertisers to go fuck themselves. That is true. That is true. Fuck, I really do have to produce content for TikTok. Like, Do people on TikTok do the same thing as they do on YouTube Shorts? Like in YouTube Shorts, they always begin the video where the video ends so that it perfectly loops. Do they do that on TikTok, or is that just because YouTube Shorts tend to loop? And for TikTok, yes, no, yes, yes, no, no, yes, no, yes. Gotcha. Phenomenal. Good TikTokers do it. Okay, so I won't. Thank you. Yeah, it's true, Thana. I gotta engage with the TikTok culture a little bit more, you know? It seems like that's where all the action's happening. Not on YouTube. Or like at least it's a good platform to dip your toe into. No, you don't? Well, of course you would say that. You're watching me on a YouTube stream. Well, there you go, Twitch Plays College. Gotta cast that net wide, exactly. So true. Look at that big cat. Oh yeah, he's behind me. Straight up snoozing. Must be nice to be able to lay anywhere. And be comfy. For that fat bastard. Hey. You're true. You're spitting. That's correct. Need Vosh to do TikTok dances? Oh yeah. Did you listen to the new Kendrick album? No. I have a very special kind of white boy disease that prevents me from being able to process music. It's very debilitating. And I don't want you making fun of me for it. That being said, I did see that Drake is suing UMG because the song calling him a pedophile was too popular. He sued him twice. He sued him the first time he sued him, he said UMG and Spotify colluded to make the song more popular than it should have been? ? And the second one is a defamation suit, which is this the hardest anyone has ever won a like a rap battle? That you win so hard the other guy cries about it on an XQC stream and then sues the production company? That's crazy. Dude's crying to the teacher. It's really like, I understand, I'm operating here with the limited framework of being quite possibly the whitest man on earth. So I understand that people might, this seems, I don't know, it's really, really embarrassing. Like I've never heard of this. I'm sure it's happened before, but it's the idea of like, you can't do it through the music, so you have to literally like go to court. You want to go to court and like litigate all of the shit that Kendrick rapped about, like with the underage girls? In his last diss track, Drake said he planted the pedo information and tricked Kendrick into believing it. Now he's suing for defamation. I just don't understand what the strategy is, because there is, to be clear, 0% chance these lawsuits work. Less than 0%. I don't know how you can have a negative percent of something happening, but that's what we're arriving at here. The idea of a court agreeing with a defamation suit in a first of all, in music, there's so much creative license that you can take in the context of making claims through song. But then like the accusation is that you were repeating information you planted before, or like there's no way. And how is it illegal to produce a song not like us and then make it popular? Like if UMG and Spotify both boosted the song, whether or not they did, I don't know. I don't really care. But if they did, they can do that? That's literally their business? That is literally their job. That's crazy. Claims UMG could have halted the release of a song, quote, falsely accusing him of being a sex offender. A day after filing an action in New York accusing UMG of illegally boosting Lamar's track on Spotify, I need to know what the legal pretext for this, like, genuinely. Canada is not sending their best, man. Bro literally felt a Millie Bobby Brown multiple. I don't even, again, I'm not even engaged enough to like to follow in with the specifics of the beef or anything. I listened to Not Like Us like a solid, I don't know, 20 times because it's a good song and it sounds nice. And I don't know. I saw some of Drake on XQC's stream where he looked like a bitch, basically. And that's basically my extent of the knowledge of the situation. It's not much. I don't know what the legal pretext for this could possibly be. In a filing on November 25th in Manhattan Court, Drake's Frozen Moments LLC accused UMG of launching an illegal scheme involving bots, payola, and other methods to pump up Lamar's song, a track that savagely attacked Drake amid an ongoing feud between the two stars. It launched a campaign to manipulate and saturate the streaming services and airways. Judge, the song calling me a pedophile got too popular. I don't like how... There's no way this many people listen to it. Song of the summer? No way. It doesn't sound that good. Drake's attorneys accuse UMG of violating the RICO statute. Okay. Often used in criminal cases against organized crime. They also allege deceptive business practices and false advertising under New York state law. The court filings are a remarkable twist in the high-profile beef between the two stars. That's definitely one way of putting it. This is a fucking slap suit. Yeah, but it's a slap suit against UMG. Slap suits, normally a slap suit is like a slaughterhouse, owner sues a journalist for taking photos of the inside of their plant showing like, poor hygienic standards or something like that. It's just meant to keep them on. UMG has money. And it's way too late. That such a dispute would spill into business litigation seemed almost unthinkable in the world of hip-hop. I guess it's not as much of a social stigma for Drake, considering the fact that he probably doesn't actually ever hang out with the kinds of people who this would be Like, he was with XQC on stream, okay? I know, again, I'm showing my white boyisms here. I feel like doing this would get you laughed out of basically every single OG American hip-hop cultural scene. I get the bit. He goes to Atlanta when he needs inspiration. They'd be throwing tomatoes at him. It's such a bitch move. But I guess if he just, like... I mean, it's Drake, right? So I don't know if he's hanging out with those crowds. It would have gotten you shot and killed in the 90s. I mean, like, not impossible. Kendrick turned this man into a damn live streamer. A damn Quebecy live streamer. That's crazy. In technical terms, yeah. UMG has so much money. The idea, like, it can't be a slap suit because UMG can slap the slap suit away, you know? In technical terms, Monday's filing is not yet a full lawsuit, but a so-called pre-action petition, a procedure under New York law that aims to secure information before filing a lawsuit. Yeah, normal procedural stuff. In a statement to Billboard, a UMG spokesperson sharply denied Drake's allegations. The suggestion that UMG would do anything to undermine any of its artists is offensive and untrue. We employ the highest ethical practices, blah, 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 blah. They're music producers. They're evil people. I'm not defending UMG here, but, like, that doesn't change doesn't change the mathematics on this one. UMG conspired with and paid currently unknown parties to use bots to artificially inflate the spread of Not Like Us and deceive consumers into believing the song was more popular than it was in reality. Drake's lawyers write. Drake, like, showing up at the concert going, no, it doesn't sound that good. It does. Stop. Unknown parties. Yeah, somewhere out there, somebody must have deceived people into thinking the song was a bop. Who these people are and how they did it, currently unknown. Bonus meme, UMG's been shitposting on Twitter with Kendrick memes since the Loso drop. That's really funny. It's so dumb. How long until Drake ends up a Kick streamer? Dr. Disrespect's going to be there soon, right? Isn't that like where disgraced pedophiles go to earn a reliable income and occasionally show up on your feed? He went to Rumble? Oh, I'm sorry. That's really sad. Sorry, like, Rumble's like one tier down on the... Yeah. Rumble is where Steven Crowder was backing up his videos when his YouTube views plummeted because he ended up being so odious that even, like, far-right conservatives didn't like him. Turns out 37 hours released audio and video footage of you being incredibly awful to your wife was enough to just make him unlikable, you know? Like, it's not even, like, for political reasons. It's just he's unlikable. Is Steven Crowder even a thing anymore? Yeah, he is. On Rumble, which tells you what you need to know. In one particularly eye-catching claim, the petition claims UMG paid Apple to have its voice assistant feature Siri purposely misdirect users to Kendrick's song. Online sources reported that when users asked Siri to play the album Certified Lover Boy by Drake, Siri instead played Not Like Us. Guys, you don't understand. Apple, one of the largest businesses on earth, decided to specifically tweak and hard code their Siri voice recognition to play the other guy. So it's the only way it has so many views. It's the only way. If they actually did that, it'd be very funny. They didn't do it, but if they did, yeah, Apple saving its listeners, Apple employing a bit of good taste right there, you know? The only way I could see this being true is if Not Like Us was so popular that Siri picked up Certified Lover Boy as one half of the line Certified Lover Boy, Certified Pedophile, and assumed they were talking about Not Like Us. Now, if that was done for like legitimate algorithmic reasons, that would be insanely funny. Apple didn't hard code it. If it was done just as a product of the popularity of Not Like Us, because the only reason anyone is saying certified lover boy is to follow it up with certified pedophile, which is true, like for 6 straight months now or whatever, how long it's been, like that is the, it's a 1-2, right? Like no one's saying one without the other. Yeah, there's no reason to hard code it. How wild is it, the guy that's saying, yeah. You're not a colleague, you're a fucking colonizer. And the epic retort to that accusation, filing a lawsuit in Manhattan. Great SEO on Kendrick's part. Dude's pretty smart. Okay, so this is the lawsuit associated with the accusation that UMG illegally made people like the song too much. And the second lawsuit is the defamation lawsuit, which, funny that they would be done in this order, you know? It feels like it speaks to a priority, like Kendrick drops a song calling you a pedophile to 1 billion listeners, and your first retort is, 1 billion?! And then your second retort is like, wait, hold on. Also, he's wrong. You should review the new album as a bit. No, I'm already cribbing off the content of another Bald Canadian enough. I don't need to incorporate multiple into my... Wait, hold on a second. Is... Fuck, how am I blanking his name? The Needle Drop. How am I blanking his actual name? The one that... Fantano. He's American? Oh, why did I think he was Canadian? Because he's always wearing flannel. That's right. He wears flannel and he's a quirked up white boy. I assumed... Yeah. He's from Wisconsin. Okay. See, he was close. Oh yeah, okay. See, this was not like an uninformed misconception on my... Flannel's Midwestern too. Yeah, but Midwestern's right up against Canada, so that was just my mental map there. I could see him being for... Like, Toronto has a huge music scene. Look, it's fine. It wasn't an insult. I have nothing against Fantano. In fact, I think he's a pretty upstanding guy. You know? Wisconsin, you mean Southern Canada? You're thinking of Minnesota, I feel. He's from Connecticut? Okay. Flannel is common in Seattle. Vosh, go outside, SMH. Yeah, I know. I wear flannel. Sometimes on stream. But Seattle is much less Canadian than all of Wisconsin. I can't speak to how Canadian Connecticut is. I don't have like preset biases on Connecticut. I'm sorry. I don't have that in there. Seattle's very Canadian. What? Nah, it's not. You live in Washington. You are South Vancouver. That is unironically so offensive. Vancouver is literally North Seattle. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, how about this? The Pacific Northwest is its own, like, chunk out of the map. It includes Vancouver, and there's a lot of cultural similarities up and down the strip. Cascadia? Well, you only white supremacists say Cascadia. Okay, don't worry about that. Vancouver's much nicer. I haven't been there, but I've heard enough stories from NL of him tripping over like discarded heroin needles to get to his local Costco. So I feel like Vancouver might be in the same pit that Seattle is in, though it probably depends on the area. Haven't been there. I can't really speak personally. Both y'all are North LA. Fuck off. Vancouver or New Shanghai. That's pretty true. Vancouver's great, it's just unaffordable. Well, good thing Seattle's affordable. Would Seattle be worth moving to? Been thinking about it. Do you have $1 million to cover first month's rent plus the security deposit? Anyway. In seeking that information, Drake's lawyers say they already have enough evidence to pursue a claim for defamation against UMG, but that they might also tack on claims of civil fraud and racketeering based on what they discover from the depositions. Fascinating. Like Monday's bombshells petition. The new filing in Texas, another remarkable escalation of the high-profile beef. I mean, the good news is that because of these lawsuits, we're probably going to get like 17 more songs from Kendrick, right? 5 plus 5. I mean, now it's like, you know, why not, right? Did you follow the beef while it was happening besides Not Like Us? Nope, I'm a total tourist. And I own it, which makes me better than the people who will pretend to be informed on drama so they can make a video on it, you know? That's the difference between me and drama YouTube. When I cover a drama topic that's out of my wheelhouse, I admit that I'm just 100% wandering in the front door. I'm not even taking my shoes off. I'm just looking in from, like, the welcome mat. I'm Drake, basically. Wait, no. Not a colleague, I'm a fucking colonizer. Which is better than the default drama YouTuber behavior of pretending that you've been following it from day one when you haven't been. I can't believe this is going to be litigated, man. Before it approved the release of the song, UMG knew the song itself, as well as its accompanying album art and music video, attacked the character of another one of UMG's most prominent artists, Drake, by falsely accusing him of being a sex offender, engaging in pedophilic acts, harboring sex offenders, and committing other criminal sex acts. I hope to God that these deliberations get like highly publicized, because the idea of every week or so, there's like a new video clip of one of Drake's lawyers being confronted outside a courtroom where they're like, what did you mean by this? And it's because like they just had to litigate the details of Drake's relationship with an underage girl at some point in the recent past, you know? Infinite entertainment. They both made money from this beef though, so why is he whining? Because he lost. Like, yeah, he made money, but Drake already had more money than God. Don't forget, like, ego's a huge thing to people in their positions, and like he clearly, like, yeah, it's like it's so unambiguously, you know. And this is like the desperate last hurdle of like, well, if I can get a judge to say he was mean to me. Who is Drake? I'm not into celebs that much. He's the guy who a few years ago, all the memes online were like, Drake be the kind of guy to sigh and say, I really needed this when hanging out with friends after a difficult work week, but now he's mostly just people call him a pedophile. Drake the type of guy to float towards his neighbor's window after smelling a fresh apple pie. I feel like we should all strive to be that guy. I feel like if you smell an apple pie, like cooling on the windowsill, I think that we should, I think it's like you're kind of denying an underlying, like a very human tendency to not. Bernie officially supports third-party runs for office for progressive candidates. Yeah. I mean, he literally has done that. He's an independent. It's viable on the local level, but we're still going to have to do something about the Democrats on a national level if we want to like make any meaningful progress. Drake, the kind of guy to surprise his homies with a visit from the Tickle Monster. That's kind of sinister now in light of the allegations, you know? It's only viable in nonpartisan local elections. Everyone else loses. I mean, yeah, but there are a lot of nonpartisan local well, not just nonpartisan local elections, but in areas where there is such a massive skew between red and blue that you're not disrupting the outcome in either direction, either way, right? Like in a deep, deep, deep red area where potentially Democrats don't even field a candidate, or where the Dem will get like 11% in the general versus the Republican. Sometimes, you know, the disruptive energy is what's needed, I feel. There have been examples of winning in cases like those. And Rice, yeah, likewise in those deep blue districts, yeah. If people aren't being threatened by Republicans' victory, you can get a, you know, get a lot more done. There are a lot of offices where it's uncontested, yeah. What do you want me to do with this information, Hudson the Gamer? Look at what I'm given to work with. Well, I'm going to shame you. Vosh, I was watching the Humanist Report earlier, and they said third parties are not viable at all. What do you want me to do? Fight him? Do you want me to go find him and fight him? I don't know where he is. What do you want me to do with that? What if he's stronger than me? Wouldn't that look like really embarrassing for me? What are you just saying that? Some other guy said something different? You have to synthesize the information. You choose to view multiple sources of political information. It's your responsibility to take the info and work and combine. If you have a question, then put the question forward. Okay? This is true, Soaked on Left. Vosh, the type of guy to fight Sam Cedar. I feel like I'd lose, man. I mean, I'm sure I'm like stronger than Sam Cedar because I'm younger than him and probably larger, but he's got like dad strength, and you can't undervalue. I've got cats, but that doesn't procure real dad strength, you know? I'd give it to him. Old Salt and Pepper Sammy would put you in the dirt. Yeah, I believe it. Artemy looks so damn comfortable. Is it true Trump's labor secretary is kind of sort of not the worst? Yeah, they could be worse. They're not like the literal absolute worst, but I don't think they're going to be getting much done, you know? In all likelihood, the reason why she's been picked is because Trump understands that she's not going to have the power to do anything anyway, so she can kind of like appease some of the more economically populist people in an ineffectual way. Oh, Ruben's bothering Artemy. Is that visible? No, Artemy's here. Ruben's right in front of him. They're both chirping at each other. Ah, well. Oh, wait. Oh, you can just barely see. See Ruben. Ruben loves to do this. Artemy will be laying with his like, you know, his like paws forward, and Ruben will dive in so that his head is underneath Artemy's head and like buried in Artemy's chest fluff so that Artemy can lick his head. Look at you two. You can see Ruben's paw right there. Of course, this is all being done to bait conflict because Ruben wants to wrestle. Oh, it's going to happen. Oh, or maybe it's not. Distracted by something else. Okay. What was I saying? Everyone that thinks what Kendrick Lamar is doing is good should read The Mass Psychology of Fascism by Wilhelm Reich. Draco57, would you like to elaborate on that post at all? That's pretty, you know what? Never mind. That's pretty true. I agree. Mods, put that guy in the padded cell. Mods, tighten the buckles on that guy's straitjacket, please. Yeah, I saw it, Conscious Honey. Open Nazi won the first round for president. Is he an open Nazi? I thought he was just like a pro-Russian fascist. The Romanian guy, is he a Nazi? Well, that wouldn't be good. Safe to assume he is, but I don't think he's open about it. I mean, I think there is a pretty meaningful difference in the context of, like, we're seeing it right now with the Trump administration, where there is a real line between people whose main impetus for fascism is, like, race science and ethno-nationalism, and people whose main impetus for fascism is making a shit fuckload of money, right? Like, there's a lot of Nazism in the Russian oligarchy, but their main concern is making a lot of money, and for that reason, they will shift, like, on the Nazi thing for the purpose of enriching the CEOs, or not the CEO, the oligarchs, but also often the CEOs. Whereas like a true like German Third Reich style race-based fascist would sacrifice basically everything into the crucible of you know, like racial superiority. You know what I mean? Like the Third Reich destroyed everyone around them and then themselves in the pursuit of if the Third Reich was controlled by the same kind of people that are currently running like the incoming Trump administration or Russia, then they would have said all the same shit about Jews. But then when Hitler took power, rather than invading Poland in 39, that he would have just kept threatening to invade Poland unless Poland, did something about all the ethnic persecution of, Germans in Poland, and they would have like threatened negative trade deals, and they would have bought like it would have been this whole like smoke and mirror business to make money. Basically, it would have been like Conscious Honey, you said that. I already read that. Any word for people who have to go see Trumpies over the holidays? I'm sure you'll figure it out. Thought you didn't notice, sorry. But I was responding to you directly. Okay, well, that's fine. That's okay. That's all right. I'm not mad. You guys want to do a quick pivot and talk about culture war bullshit for a second? Yippee! My favorite. Speaking of TikTok, did you guys know they're making a live action How to Train Your Dragon movie? Did you know that? I'm sure it'll be great, just like the live action Little Mermaid and the live action The Lion King. Movies which, by the way, have made a lot of money, in spite of being horrible. It's not Disney. It's not Disney, but they sure are following in Disney's footsteps. You've seen the live action Minecraft movie yet? Well, considering the fact that it's not out, no. And after it does come out, also probably no. Aren't they doing a live action Lilo and Stitch? They're doing a live action Moana right now. They're doing a live action Moana. They got Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson loaded up for it. Moana isn't even that old. They just want money, man. Likewise with this. Is he playing as Moana? I assume so. All right, so anyway, let's watch a, I don't know, really racist lady.
What the fuck? And before you start with me, yeah, it has to do with her race.
They did the live action casting and they made the white girl a black girl. I don't know if this lady's actually black. Black, brown, not white. I don't know. Racism jump scare. There's going to be a lot of it for the whole video. So just gird your, fasten your seatbelts. Refill your pop. Do you enjoy racism? Refill your popcorn. You're going to love this next part.
Because this is a story about Vikings. Look at the real Astrid. Blonde hair, blue eyes. You know, people love...
So I like the real Astrid bit there. The real historical figure, Astrid there.
to throw out the term whitewashed a lot, but I would really love to discuss what kind of color washing is happening to every live action movie that comes out now. Didn't need it. Definitely didn't need it. Still don't want it. And here you guys are basically making the line.
I really like this one in particular because that is a witch in a fantasy world and she is green. I like the idea that there's an underlying racial identity to the Wicked Witch of the West. It's the West, right? I haven't seen. It's the West, right? Is it the West? That's pretty woke to say that the West is wicked. Hold on a second now. Wait. I'm operating in the logic of like the modern conservative culture warriors, okay? Saying that the West is the wicked. I see what they're doing. They wouldn't go out with a wicked witch of the East, would they? Because then that would be anti-woke. That'd be anti-China. A real anti-woke Wizard of Oz, they would say the wicked witch of the East sent us COVID. The East one is evil too, I think. I haven't seen the movie in a really long time. That's her sister? All right, I believe you. Do we get to see the Wicked Witch of the North and South? Wait, who's the Good Witch? Where is the Good Witch from? The North. Do we ever see the witch from the South? No. Fascinating. Yeah, she was stopped by the border wall.
Still don't want it. And here you guys are basically making the Lion King live action with How to Train Your Dragon. It's because you hired real actors does not mean
Do you get it? The Lion King live action? Because it's like Africa? I get it.
that you're not going to have to CGI half that fucking movie. That's not even the point. I was willing to let go of the CGI thing when you weren't going to do another race swap. What is so hard about staying true to the original stories? Do we have to keep reinventing them? Because obviously no one liked.
Okay, I'm going to, at risk of sounding like I'm agreeing with this lady, did they actually make this lady right here Snow White? Yes. That's pretty funny. All right. Okay. I'm not. It's literally like the one characteristic that she's known for and named for, but they know. That's pretty funny. You can't convince me it's not rage bait. I'll talk about this. I want to be clear, okay? This lady is a racist rage baiting dipshit. She's literally complaining about race swapping a green witch in fucking Narnia or whatever. The Wizard of Oz. Like, obviously, this is not born of any, what about historical realism and How to Train Your Dragon? What about the real dragon? The real dragons, I'll tell you, the dragon in the original animated movie, also black. Real Nordic dragons would be white. I think there is a white dragon in the second one. I don't know. I didn't see it. I only saw the first one. I will say this though. The racial casting that they do in the Disney live action remakes, but also obviously How to Train Your Dragon kind of fits in the theme as well because they're being inspired by the Disney live action remakes, are some of the most cynical examples I've ever seen of like I was about to say toothless, and then I realized I saw it in chat because it was a reference to the thing. So they're the most like insincere, ineffectual displays of progressive intent that you could possibly invoke, you know? Look, representation matters, I get that. The thing that most reminds me of it, or the thing that most comes to my mind, is the live action remake of Beauty and the Beast, where if you saw, I haven't seen it myself, I have seen the Lindsay Ellis video on it, great video, the Lindsay Ellis video on the remake, I mean, and the live action remake of Beauty and the Beast, horrendous, and also pretty regressive, like sexist, but to like modernize it, to like update it, you know, because it's sexist in ways that they're not smart enough to understand, you know. They also have Belle, the lady, be like a big feminist, and there's 1 second of a gay character. You know what I mean? So in terms of the messaging of the story, it is far more reactionary. Like the movie itself is reactionary compared to the original, but it's like being dressed up with progressivism because you make, you know, if they had made Belle black, I mean, good Lord, can you imagine how progressive that might have been? I don't really remember what the messaging was with How to Train Your Dragon. I mean, he trains the dragon. I don't. Is it like, it's like an autism thing, right? Like he's like a weirdo. The guy's like a skinny weirdo, and all the other Vikings are like big and beefy. Is very pro-disability too. That's nice. That's nice. That's. I remember enjoying the first movie. I'm not like anti. It's a disability story. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm not at all anti How to Train Your Dragon. I just haven't seen it. I saw it once when it came out, and that was it. I think that's sweet. I didn't see any of the sequels. Okay, I will say this though. Okay, I would like it if. Look, if you want to do a remake, first of all, fuck you. If you're doing a live action remake of an animated movie, to begin with, fuck you, I hate you. But leaving that aside, if you want to zhuzh it up and make it more like progressive, make the story more progressive. Senseless race swapping doesn't really do anything there. And I know what you're going to say, right? Like, who cares if Ariel from The Little Mermaid is white or black? Certainly not fucking me. You know who does? They do. The studio execs, which is why they did it. It's not like they just rolled the dice. It's not like they, you know, woke up and they were like, I have no preconceived biases at all. Oh, I guess we're going with a black actress, you know? Of course they're doing it because they're trying to appeal to the narrative of inclusion and so on and so forth. And hey, inclusion, diversity, that's great. I love that. I'm a woke boy, you know? But you have to be like substantive in how you do this sort of thing. And yeah, I do think it's a little bit silly that Snow White is a brown girl in a live action remake. And I, you know, for reasons that I hope are incredibly self-evident to anyone watching and understanding what I'm saying in good faith, it is self-evidently funny. And if you're doing a story about literal Vikings, like, yeah, they're probably all gonna be white. Like, were there black Vikings? Probably, yeah. The Vikings were like a big colonizing, seafaring group. The Vikings traded all up and down and around the Mediterranean. But if the story is about a Viking community that like lives and is insular and kind of like is in their own, you know, they're just like living it up in their little Viking village or whatever, they're probably all going to be white. I guess it would just be kind of cool if you were going to have a black Viking in a kid's story. Wouldn't it be kind of cool if it was like you were more seafaring and trading like around the Mediterranean, and there was a black character from a different culture, and part of the narrative and message of the story incorporated that, rather than it just being like, oh, there's just like 21st century multiracial multiculturalism incorporated into our 1,000 years ago village. You know what I mean? You get what I mean, right? That's all I'm calling for, is for people to try harder when it comes to being progressive in this, you know? Yeah, like they pick up a Moorish dude or something. I like that. It's just, you know, in a time where people were so tribal, like 1,000 years ago, yeah, they were more tribal then than they are now. The people had to cross some pretty remarkable barriers to have communities that were multiracial, right? Like people trading up and down the Mediterranean, or like what is in modern day Turkey. You have this like strip of land on the east the eastern coast of the Mediterranean, where there's like an insane level of racial diversity. You know, in like for thousands of years, you have like in one area, you have like olive-skinned people who live there in the Levant, and you have like Arab, and you have very dark-skinned people who come up from Africa, and you have very pale-skinned people who come down from the, you know, from the northern reaches of Scandinavia, and like they're. But that's like an interesting thing to get into, I guess, and it doesn't really get spoken to if it's just like, oh yeah, well in the original animated everyone was white, but now there's a brown chick. And again, nothing that I'm saying here has anything to do with what this bitch is rambling about, because she's just like upset that there are black people. It's a completely different thing. I'm just asking for more. You know what I mean? Well, I'm asking for more like high quality engagement with you know, diversity. I'm asking for less live action remakes, please. That being said, are you guys ready for the fucking blowback when they come out with live action Frozen and like somehow Elsa and Anna are two different skin tones? They're all pale as snow in the animated, and it's gonna be like a one white girl and one like olive skin girl. Yeah, one Chinese, one Native American. Bring it in. Absolutely. I fucking hate Frozen. So to me, that would just be like it would be the end of Western civilization. It would be. Do you think this creates a dichotomy where we have two modes, racist and non-racist? We never escape this dialectic. I mean, look, to be clear, we all grew up in an era where there was a ton of diversity in our media, and people just didn't comment on it as much, because at that time you couldn't make a six-figure income by pretending that the West is falling because someone put a black person in a cartoon, you know? Now you can. Back then, that wasn't a thing yet. So back in the 1990s, you know, you're watching Hey Arnold, or if Ed, Edd n Eddy came out today, people would be like, I don't know, Rolf is a caricature of like Central or Eastern or Northern or somewhere European traditional folk, and is racist against proto-white people, and Johnny is a something, I don't know, they would say some crazy shit. They would say some insane shit. I don't even know what they would say. We all know how they'd say, or what they'd say about The Last Airbender, right? But like, Hey Arnold, you know, you're watching Hey Arnold. You're telling me this inner city urban area has a multicultural, you know, library of characters? Oh my God, you're right. They would be whining about how strong the Kanker sisters are. You're so right. You're so right. It would be like every time they showed up. What? How are you seriously telling me these three girls who grew up in a trailer park are able to outmuscle even Ed? Let alone Double D or Eddie, who are still males, by the way. But Ed and Kevin? Who are the people who wrote this, honestly? And then they're looking through a list of like Cartoon Network animators and writers who are all like guys in their 40s who wear button-up shirts 3 times too large when they go into the offices in 1999 to write another episode about, you know, getting Jawbreakers for $25 or something. Who wrote this? These woke, Lindy? I bet she's a feminist. What were we talking about? Oh yeah. They would say like Double D is trans or something. I mean, everyone says that now.
Except for the loudmouth stars that you choose to do them, of course.
Oh, hold on, wait. Let's like go back just a second so we can get the point that was being made.
What is so hard about staying true to the original stories? Do we have to keep reinventing them? Because obviously no one likes them.
Wait, how are you reinventing the story because the girl's a darker tone? That's not really the story. That's just the skin tone. It's not really the story, though. Though it is, again, in Snow White's case, that is particularly funny. I guess, like, if you're self-conscious about racial politics in remaking Snow White, you have to just not make Snow White, right? She's literally called Snow White because her skin is as white as snow. There's just no getting around that. You know, like, it's pretty straightforward.
Except for the loudmouth stars that you choose to do them, of course. Because here is the new Astrid saying, I could never do America Ferrera's interpretation of Astrid because I am not her. Well, then maybe you shouldn't be her.
Why would your ability to perfectly replicate the performance of a voice actress in an animated film determine whether or not you'd be a good pick for them in a live action film? Like, actors say this all the time about adaptations. This is like the default thing you say if you're an actor and you're doing an adaptation. Like, literally, like, it's the most normal thing to say. You know what I mean? America Ferrera's like the proudest Latina. You don't understand, okay? It was the original Nordic villages populated by Vikings just had very Latin vocal tonalities, okay? Does she have an issue with that? Like, is it woke that America Ferrera was the original voice actress? From your perspective, wouldn't you be like, oh, of course you wouldn't want an actress who replicates America Ferrera's performance, because you would actually want someone who talks whitely. What does white talking sound like? I don't know. I probably do it a lot, though, so maybe just have me voice act Astrid. I would do a good job.
I am not her. Well, then maybe you shouldn't be her. Honestly, I think we're at the point where we can start calling this cultural appropriation. You know...
No, it's not. I get that it's like a, haha, we're turning the term around on you, but that's not even close to what the term means. It's very shrill and annoying. This is a child. No, this is an adult. But they're doing like a fake Disney adult kind of thing. I think this is like a reclaiming culture sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like, now that Trump won, we're going to get a bunch of people pretending to be normal, middle of the road, disaffected Americans, but who are just sick and tired of the woke or whatever. She's appropriating Disney adult culture, if anything.
I was willing to let go of the mermaid thing and the blue fairy thing and all these things because those are just mythological, made-up things. But now you're just distorting history so that you can effectively pander.
You laugh! But after Donald Trump's second term, he destroys the Department of Education. Our children will be watching the live-action remake of How to Train Your Dragon in their history classes. You laugh, but soon this is all we'll have. They're not going to be reading textbooks.
I hear a lot of people complain that we don't talk about Black history enough. Well, yeah, maybe it's because y'all are busy stealing everyone else's history.
Got him. Ha! Edgy, thoughtless zinger. Don't put too much thought into it, folks. She didn't. When she hits you with the blackwashing accusations, so unsubstantiated, you have to hit her with the white man portrayed as Egyptian pharaoh stare. That'd be a good emote. I relate to that guy. Whenever I nail a dap, like out there in the real world, I feel like him. Anyway, this video popped off because, I don't know, the West is falling or whatever. Mouse with a mouth. Ugh. All stream VODs on Rumble. Oh, man. Oof. That's crazy. People still dab? Dap! You goddamn caucasoid. What's STAP? I can't help you guys. Fuck, I feel old. No, you feel white. There are 82-year-old black men in the Bronx who dap, okay? You don't feel old, you feel white. This isn't a new fucking Zoomer trend thing. Be calm, I'm the sandwich. That may be unfamiliar to one with your complexion. But trust me, this won't hurt. You think Measurehead could dap it up good? Probably. That should have been like a roll. And if your athletics was too low, he just breaks your hand, or you lose like a health point. Ruben, what are you chirping about? What are you chirping? What are you chirping about? Got something you want to say? Here's a public platform. Nope. Now you're quiet. Now you're quiet. Yep. Wow. Looks so angry. Oh, look. He's cuddling with Artemy and getting licked. See? Cute. Inevitably they will, wrestle. Ubin. Yeah, we got a turkey. Got a 15-pounder from Costco. I'm in charge of making the stuffing. We're all going to contribute for Friendsgiving, yeah. Ruben's ears are so large. Yeah, they're huge. Big old chunk of his face. I saw this video making the rounds for a bit. Last year you can afford a turkey. Yeah, that's true. Got to enjoy Thanksgiving while we can afford to. Turkey is the worst meat. I prefer turkey to ham, but I'm not a huge fan of either meat. You guys see this video? This one made the rounds. Zoomer libtard hit an old woman while driving, then has a meltdown when caught. Pointing, cat, crying, laughing emoji. When someone hits your car and tries to flee, but the 71-year-old mama bear in you chases them down. Like on foot?
You're not hurt.
No, but we're fucking broke!
What?
We're broke and we can't afford iron!
It's not my problem.
Why can't you have a heart? Have a fucking heart!
I can't even understand what she's saying. Woman posting L's. Oh, this account's huge. It's like a classic. If you fucking hate women, that's your like go-to. Anytime anything bad happens to a woman, it all aggregates there, you know? People love to say that like man hate online is common, and it is in a very like superficial sense, but there's no anti-male equivalent of this. There is no like aggregate account with millions and millions of views where just anytime a man does anything bad and then the people in the replies are like violently hateful towards them. There's no equivalent. All the man hate online is stuff like, hey, we don't like it that men rape us. Please stop. I shouldn't be facetious. There's also like a lot of undeserved stuff as well. But for the most part, it's just kind of like ribbing or broad denunciation. But the like seething, this is a Nazi account. Well, of course it is. It's an incel account. Nazism starts with hating women. Sexual insecurity, blah, 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 blah. How is she even a lib? Well, look at her. Just look at her. I don't know.
Please! No. Where's Bruce? Who cares? It's cosmetic bullshit!
She's definitely not managing the stress well, I'll say that much. She is making the re sound. Yeah. Reminds me of my autistic sister when she has a meltdown. I just want to comfort her. Yeah. It should. I mean, if you're like a normal human, it should mostly elicit sympathy, I feel. The re sound gets an undeserved bad rep. Well, I don't know about that. The woman filming is a sociopath. I mean, maybe they are a 71-year-old who calls themselves a mama bear, so odds are pretty good that they're a jackass. I guess if somebody like rear-ended me and then tried to do a hit and run, but then eventually I got them to pull over and then they freaked out, I would also be pretty negatively disposed towards them, you know? More of a systemic issue than anything. Unironically, Alec Gunther, yeah. Okay, really quickly before we wrap up and read donos. What the fuck is happening with Pakistan? Oh, wait, that's the question being asked by the article itself. It's the blind leading the blind over here. A capital on lockdown, internet shutdowns, and protesters clashing with police. What's going on in Pakistan? Nothing fun. Thousands of supporters of Pakistan's jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan broke through barricades around the capital Tuesday, marched into Islamabad. Imagine being a majority Muslim country and naming your capital Islamabad. Clearly the not the brightest that got broken up on this side of the partition with India, you know? Original joke, do not steal. Copyright, copyright, copyright. Khan urged his supporters to fight to the end. In a post on Twitter, isn't he in jail? They give him a phone in prison? Yes? All right. I remember us covering stuff about Imran Khan before. How much of a jackass is he? I'm sorry, I'm actually like blanking. I would need to like revisit the issue to remind myself. Is he a right-wing populist? What about the current leader? Mixed bag? Ryan Grimm has been all over this. Used to be a popular cricket player. I remember that, yeah. And what about the current leadership? It's currently like a military junta, right? Former star cricketer turned populist politician, been in jail for over a year, faces dozens of criminal cases ranging from corruption to leaking state secrets, all of it hard to deny. Khan, the PTI, the country's largest opposition party, remained popular. His detention is turbocharged Army 10 showdown. Are we pro Khan on this? Right? Like, relative to a military junta, you know, and if there's a bunch of strife and turmoil within Pakistan, even if Imran Khan is really bad, it's probably not good to do this. Very critical support, but I think it's still critical support. Yeah. weren't we part of the reason he got ousted? Wasn't there like cooperation between the United States government and some of the... Was it investigations done against him or like the accusations? I assume because he's pro-Putin, so we don't really like him. He's not... Pakistan historically has been an ally of ours, so we didn't like the idea of him being a little more independent. We played cover for the coup. Yeah, I guess that would mean that I'm pro-con, you know, in a critical sense, but still take that as I can, I suppose. Addressed a balance of payments crisis with the bailouts from the IMF, presided over a shrinking current amount deficit, limited to the first crisis, increased tax collection investment, as well as advocated for a welfare state. So far, so good. Renewable energy transition, Plant for Pakistan and ASAS program, expanded the protected areas of Pakistan, presided over COVID-19. Not an easy position for anyone to be in. In early 2022, in what became known as Lettergate, Khan alleged that the U.S. encouraged his removal from office. In April, during the ensuing constitutional crisis, Khan became the first Pakistani prime minister to be removed from office through a no-confidence motion, charged under anti-terror laws, after accusing the police judiciary of detaining and torturing an aide. Arrested on corruption charges, smashed their way in the courthouse. Protests broke out. It's not fair to arrest people for corruption in very corrupt countries. That's just dumb. Like, oh, he was corrupt? Okay, you are too. You get him on that, but you're doing it just as much, if not more. Like, you're not fixing anything. You're just using that as the convenient excuse, you know? I remember this. He remained incarcerated in connection with the Lettergate diplomatic cipher, for which he was accused of leaking state secrets and violating the Official Secrets Act. On the 30th of January, a special court sentenced Khan, sentenced him to 10 years in prison after finding him guilty of those charges. On the 3rd of February, Khan and his wife were convicted and sentenced to an additional 7 years in prison for breach of the Islamic marriage laws. I remember. Yeah, this guy for sure needs to be free. And then he was arrested on charges related to the 2023 riots. Like, they have just been, like, nonstop throwing charges at him. Bullshit charges. Even if he did some of the stuff, it's like, it's obvious why this is happening. Newly charged for inciting violence during clashes between his supporters and police on the 28th of September. This just happened. Well, all right. It's not good. Why don't they rename the place to Islamabad? That's what I'm saying. I feel like they're really letting their own civilization down with this unseemly behavior, you know? How about Islama great? Well, you don't want to sound desperate. All right, I'm going to read donos, and then I'm going to skedaddle. Two Dad Smooching. Thank you for the very kind Tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. I've been gone for about a week due to finals prep. Hopefully I didn't miss out on any entertaining chat discourse. LOL W. Clearly you didn't miss out on that much. Thank you. And I hope that the finals prep has been going well. Dick Thulu, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Alms for the stream. See, you understand what's needed. Thank you. Smelanie, Thank you for the $5. I'm very, very sorry to hear that you had to put your dog down yesterday. He just turned 14. 14 is a pretty good clip, you know, depending on a variety of circumstances, because it varies between like dog breeds and stuff. What a handsome little guy. Beep. This is one teddy bear face, huh? This is a very teddy bear face dog. Beep. Beep. Stare. Beep. His name was Oliver. Hitting us with the damn Oliver stare. Not beep, because he's not looking directly at us. Beep. A gift. Very Oliver-coated dog. I agree. I think this is a very Oliver-coated dog. I can see that, yeah. Upside down beep. Good little guy. Calvin Garbasic, thank you for the $5. Sanctioning a country to cause a revolt. Did this guy walk in from 2003? We're going to keep making the same mistakes over and over again. Mr. Venom and Still Alive, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Along with 1984, I got to recommend Timothy Snyder's book On Tyranny. Yes, I've heard a lot of good stuff about On Tyranny. 100%. Yes, it's very readable, very actionable. It's intended to help, not to, you know, jerk off. Still Alive with the additional $20. Really appreciate that. The TLDW of Hank Green's latest video was that our current era with the internet and populism is similar to when the printing press first came about and began the Reformation, where books/pamphlets weren't regulated well. Thoughts? I would have to think about it. I don't really know. I'm also not familiar enough with the history of like the beginning of the printing press to know to what extent it was used to run about with dumb fuck narratives. I mean, I'm sure it was. I would just want to know more about it before drawing the comparison. But Hank Green's a smart guy, so if he says it, you know, I'm inclined to believe it. Fernando Acuna and Pepe Leger, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. God bless the medium voter. Yeah. You should watch Shu's new vid on why the Democrats lost. I'm curious to see if you agree or not. It had over 1 million views in 15 hours. Hop on that, get exposure. Don't tell me how to do my job. All right, all right. Oh my goodness, these two. I might watch a Shu video sometime soon. It does feel like, again, I said this before, and there might be some forces that disagree with me on this, but we might not be in the position that we're in today if one of the Democrat consultants that, you know, Hillary Clinton had listened to was Shu on head. It would be a strange crew, a motley crew. You know, you have a bunch of like uptight New York Wall Street Democrats in their, you know, from mid 30s to, you know, late 60s. And then you have Shu on head. But I think that the, you know, populist advocacy probably would have pushed the needle in the right direction. JD Myrtleman, thank you for the incredibly kind 5 Canadian. No more watching for free. That's right. Alms to the damn streamer. The Midnight Garnet, thank you for the $25 over to Donos. Thank you very much. On another note, have you seen the new version of Wicked? I feel like there were so many connections between Elphaba and the struggle gels of Black Cat. Okay, whatever you did to type out this message, it is unreadable. There are more typos here than there are non-typos, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Have I seen Wicked? No, I have not seen any version of Wicked. It has not appealed to me. The Wicked show promo always felt to me like very girl boss stuff, I guess. That was like the vibe that I got from it. I guess it's made to make the Wicked Witch of the West more sympathetic, which, sure, there's nothing wrong with that in concept, but it didn't really appeal to me. Matt Montoya Music, thank you for the 5. Can't help but feel like race swapping is patronizing after a while. It's akin to how people are completely over girl boss feminism. Yeah, just the thing that bothers me, I guess, is that, you know, people on the right attribute it to progressives when it's not progressives who are doing that. It's literally the top brass of multi-billion-dollar mega corporations cynically race swapping because they think that will drum up like social media attention. It's not being done for any like real authentic progressive agenda. Zach of all trades, thank you for the $20. As a brown person, I absolutely hate race swapping. It does nothing for representation. I want to see representations in the form of original stories like Miles Morales, an actual story of an actual brown person. And notably, Miles Morales, in the form that I've seen him, which is in the Spider-Verse movies, I haven't read the comics, the fact that he is black is a story element. You know, they didn't just like, here's black, isn't Miles Morales a race swap? No, that's the whole point. That's the whole... I'm not blaming you for saying that because maybe you haven't seen it, but like, it's a huge part of his character. Where he's from, his background, the fact that he's black comes up both directly and in allegory non-stop. Like he's a distinct character and it's made meaningful. And for that reason, people really like Miles Morales. There are racists online who will bitch and moan and say Miles Morales isn't Spider-Man, which is like a canonically, empirically incorrect position to have. Like in Across the Spider-Verse, you got like Spider-Man everywhere. They're all Spider-Man. How can you say he's not Spider-Man? He's a Spider-Man. They're all Spider-Man. That's the point. It's a multiverse. But I think that for the most part, Miles Morales doesn't get the hate that like Ariel being black in the live action remake did, because not only is the live action remake of The Little Mermaid bad, but also they just made her black and there was no, like, that's it. Like, she's black. Okay, that's it. Like, it's literally just a race swap. There's no change. There's no narrative to it. They just make her black. Whereas with Miles Morales, like, he's a developed character where it's a meaningful and intentional part of the story. Also, isn't it like the 17th century or whatever? No, it would be like the 19th century. In The Little Mermaid, shouldn't Ariel have seen the ship captain? And the ship captain is like, mermaids are black? Okay, that's wild. I bet they didn't do that in the live action remake. I didn't see the live action remake, but I bet they didn't do that. Why can't characters just be black, though? They can, but we also shouldn't be like... We shouldn't play dumb and pretend that it isn't being done for a reason, and that reason is cynical pandering. Like, characters can be black, but being black means something. It's not just like a random trait. There are cultural meanings associated with being black, right? Like, it's not just like it's not like eye color, where for the most part a person's eye color is just kind of like a roll the dice, okay, whatever. There's not usually that much meaning to it. Sometimes there is, but usually not. But like in The Little Mermaid, wouldn't her being black absolutely be meaningful? Right? Like, wouldn't that be a more interesting story? If you were going to make Ariel black, couldn't you do something interesting there vis-a-vis race? I mean, it's the 19th century. The ship captain is white. Ship captains, by the way, were like basically landed gentry in the British Empire. They weren't like random guys. They were powerful, like noble, in many cases, noblemen, especially in the British Royal Navy. Like, they were given ungodly amounts of power. He would have been, he was like a powerful man. What if he was a slaver? That would have been the case for a lot of the like British trade. You can do something with that, but they don't want to do anything. Oh yeah, he was a prince. I'm sorry, I forgot. I haven't seen The Little Mermaid in so long. It's a Danish story too. Okay, so maybe he's not with the Royal Navy. I don't know, whatever. But you get my point. You get my point. The same applies there. She drowns the prince in the original. what every man longs for. You understand. Oh, geez, a Danish prince and a black girl would have some wild implications. Yeah, but I think that it would be better to explore those than to do this liberal colorblindness bullshit where you pretend that race is a completely like we live in a not only do we live in a post-racial society, we live in like a post-racial everything where like there is no meaning to it at all, because that kind of like whitewashes the racism. Ironically, by blackwashing a white character but not having any narrative drive for it, in a lot of cases you're whitewashing racism. Like a story where, you know, there's like a white character in 17th century France or something, but then you're like, oh, we'll make it woke, we'll make him black, but then no one's racist to him. You're kind of like pretending that racism wasn't a thing back then, which ironically, by making a character black when they weren't, you're making it seem like there wasn't any damn racism, which, like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't do that. It's not like you can't have bigotry in a Disney movie. What about The Hunchback of Notre Dame? The whole plot of The Hunchback of Notre Dame is the main antagonist wants to kill all of the Romani. Like, it's not light bigotry. He's literally like, no, they should all be cast out or slaughtered. Like, there's clearly room to invoke serious issues. You are people. I want original stories with black people that don't involve our struggle. Actually, can we just be people? I mean, if the story is like a historical period piece, even a fantastical one, then it's kind of an element of it. It depends. It does depend. It depends on the kind of story. I do think it depends a lot. But I do not think that just randomly race swapping white characters does anything for progressivism. You know what I mean? We're tired of the trauma porn. Yeah, but I'm not saying that needs to be the case. I'm not saying that needs to be like the element. I'm just saying that there are certainly better and worse ways of doing it, you know? How about a modern story with black people that's not just a vehicle to teach white people that racism is bad, actually? Aren't there, like, lots of those? Aren't there literally, like, hundreds and hundreds of movies and TV shows that have black characters in a contemporary setting that aren't about racism? Miles Morales? No, Miles Morales would not be an example of that because race is actually a heavily featured issue in I Want More, I'm Greedy. Okay. People just want half-baked race swap stories if it means they get any representation on film. That's the thing. I don't think that's true. I literally don't think anyone was calling for like Ariel in The Little Mermaid to be black or Astrid in the live action How to Train Your Dragon remake to be black. I don't think anyone was asking for that. Past a point, it seems like it's almost deliberate rage bait. I mean, it's done to like draw attention, you know? Doesn't mean that it's like anti-white. It just seems like a cheap way of baiting attention and interest. Yeah, like the woke marketing video. I remember that. Anyway, let me finish with these donos. Nova Star with the $2. Missed dono yesterday to watch Age Anime Problem. I didn't miss that donation. I just didn't read. I don't read all donations. I didn't know what you meant. Also, I can't like, I don't do segment prompts off of donos normally. You did it with one, or I did it with one or two. But that's by no means a guarantee. I also don't know what you mean. Watch anime age problem? I don't know what that means. God Sinner, thank you for the $10. Story idea of Vikings buy slaves, free them, then ask that they join them, either keeping Hearth's trade lines or fighting hordes of undead or some other supernatural body. Not entirely sure what you mean, but like, I'm trying to think here. I don't know. Pretty sure the Vikings did have slaves. Yeah, and you know what? They weren't black. Weren't most of the people the Vikings enslaved British or English? So what? Like, if you want an interesting narrative there, I guess, having like a slave breakaway story of people enslaved by the Vikings, majority like white people, Slavs, Brits, Franks, maybe some non-white people or whatever. Not that they used the term white back then. You could do something with that I think would be pretty interesting. Lame take. How'd that be lame? A bunch of people enslaved by Vikings like break free and commandeer a ship? I don't know. I feel like you could do something sick with that. I think that'd be cool, personally. Also, I think you could probably make some pretty interesting politicking out of, like, examining slavery and racial dynamics outside the context of black slavery and modern racism, right? Like, back then, white people, literally not a thing, conceptually. That wasn't, like, a category. That taxonomy hadn't been developed yet. You would have like Franks and Nords and Britons and you know, Slavs, whatever. I'm not a historian. And Moors. Like, you'd have black people, sure, but it wouldn't be like, oh, here's the white people, here's the black people. What group are the Britons fighting the most, apart from the other Nords, right? The Franks. So if you're thinking like, which group are you going to be racist against? Random Briton who was just freed. It's not going to be a fucking black guy. The black guy's all the way down here. The black guy came from fucking northern Africa. Like, you don't have anything to do with you. There's no beef there. Maybe you're intrigued by the darker skin tone, but apart from that, meanwhile, Hitler incarnate, a fucking Frank, is right here in front of you. You know? It was a different kind of game. All right. I've got to get to work, folks. I have to cook. There's a lot of stuff to prepare for Thanksgiving, and I don't want to be caught lacking. When is that? When is Thanksgiving? Thursday? You're going to cook? Everyone has to contribute. I think I'm just going to send you guys to the void. Thank you all very much for watching. I really enjoyed today's stream. You know, do not fall a prey of the wiles of the vicious Frank. I'll see you all soon. Will it be tomorrow? I'm not sure. It depends on how the cooking goes. I'm hoping to do a short stream on Thanksgiving itself, though. I'll do the best that I can. We'll see when I'm free. Take care. Bye-bye.